5 ekipa, brate.
That's
Čuješ?
absolutely marvelous.
Sa svih strana, znači dođi ovdje smrdi, nemoj da mi pikuješ tamo, bre. Idi skuvaj kafu, nešto, brate, radi treći. Čuješ? 5 ekipa, brate. Straš.
Ću ni da skeniram, šta je?
Šunjeram se, čovjek. Nema šta da skenješ. Ispod nas. Čovjek, šunja, smrdi.
U ovoj kućici je levo jedan.
Pusti kućica, čovjek je ispod tebe, čujete kako hodaš, upucat će te, razumeš? Are you understand me? Ghost. Mnogo je ljudi tu, brate.
Hitova sam ovog unutra, jebo mu mater.
Nemoj hitovati, samo ubije.
A ne mogu, pogodio sam ga kroz drvo.
Šta će reći?
There is no game showing.
Je li umro neko, je li?
Ma umrli su sad, neki su pobegli ovamo na jedno 50-60 metara, a jedan je iza tamo negdje snajperiše, evo.
Dobro, polako sačekat ćemo još ono malo.
Mi je krivo što nisam ovdje, bio mi ispred daske, ovdje ga nisam isfenirao kroz daske, evo. Koliko imaš sekundi još?
4 ima.
3.
Sačekaj još malo.
Znam da vidiš samo koliko ih je ostalo, hoćeš.
Dvojica. South, east i south.
Hitovan.
Babe, brate, nisi ga ubio. Dok je
Ime
mene ovo iza hit.
ucaš.
Nema veze, sad ću doći, sačekaj. Aj napravit ću vam pauzu, može? Nešto vamo... Imam nešto bre da brate uradim.
Čime kasnije.
Imam C, čim jebi ga, ne mogu uopšte da se koncentrišem i
Jebote kako me s malim nagantom oficerom ubi.
nema veze, neko ne biti.
Ništa, ako ne reagujem ovdje na cimljive na Viberu.
Imam C svakako.
Kažem, ako ne, ovdje na Viberu.
Da, cimnut ću te na Viber. Joj.
Nenade, jesi tu?
Da.
Aj vidi, jel hoće ti otvori ovaj sajt, jebote. Ništa neće da mi otvori sad.
Čaj. I nije neki phishing. Posso sair. Bihol. Pois. Kaži.
Evo ti u poruci, probaj ovaj sajt da otvoriš, samo mi reci ili može da ti ga otvori ili ne. To je Barcelonin sajt, nešto neće da mi otvori sad. Jer nije nešto...
Neće ni meni.
Neće, a? A ime je koji kurac.
Evo to sajt. Jedino ovako da evo ti.
Diogenes. He leads these daybreakers.
Ganez. I guess fate has no shortage of irony.
You know him?
He's the one I talked to when I first sought answers
Daj,
about Anathea.
ali kad hoće odeš
We were
na
both
glavnu stranicu ne da.
foolish young men at the time.
Menjali je meni.
Šta ti treba tu?
A tu je ovaj online.
Jesi uspio da sediš ovo?
Not right
A
now.
nisu.
I šta ti je rekao?
I need more power.
Nema manuel nikakve.
Može Western Union ili tako nešto.
Šta kažeš?
Može preko Western Union ili tako nešto. Njoj preko banke, onaj Swift kod.
Dodali su ovo LR. Zašto su to dodali? Nešto su, da, najavili su se menjati. Svašta.
Can't do that.
Čekaj, staji, četvorka nastavlja direktno na dvojku ili...
Ne znam. Samo pitaš ili...
Pita za Resident Evil 4.
Aha.
Resident Evil 4 se dešava 1998. Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 4 se dešava 2005. ili 10. zaboravio sam. Znači jedno 7 do 10 godina ili 5 do 10 godina posle događaja. Isto toga što si igrao.
Tebi neko rekao da je to sjaj.
Mislim, pitao si me da sam to odgovor. Možda si pitao pogrešnu osobu, a dobije si pravi odgovor.
That's not happening.
Kako beše ona, ništa to se kaže. Ilija Čvorović, zašeli. Kaže, možda ste zvali pogrešnu,
Možda ste dobili...
pogrešnu adresu, ali ste dobili pravu osobu.
Ne,
Ha!
dobili
Možeš da i
pogrešan
pogrešan
broj, ali ste
broj.
dobili onoga koga ste tražili.
Baka ti, špijun jedan.
Najjače. Najjače.
Paranoja u punom jeku.
Pogrešan broj, ali ste dobili onoga koga ste tražili.
Evo slađe Djeli Vašića da ih počnem zanimljivati.
Ko se svađa s kim?
Slađe Drugani.
Giuliani, fantastico. Ok. Cool.
What are you looking for?
A
A
to je
new
sjajno.
weapon, perhaps?
Što bi rekao, gledam otki Boris.
You have a good eye.
Šta je iskušeno?
Iskušena glupost. A onako pod uglom od 40 stepeni, 45
Joj.
stepeni, ne znam kako ti objasnim.
Izometrijska, jel to?
Bez veze.
Kad vidiš negdje izometrijsku kameru koja je malo odzumirana, to.
Pa ide mi kao pod uglom od 45 od 135 i tako dalje. Znači 270 i ono, znači ono ukosom, kako ti objasnim?
Nikako, objasni si. Sve
O,
znači.
Warcraft 3 je.
Da.
Ta glupost.
Starcraft isto. A to si preskoči.
Dere mi se.
Neki igre jednostavno ne mogu da se igri tako brzo iz prvog lica. Ili iz trećeg lica kao što ti misliš. Meh.
It can't be done. It's not possible. Not happening.
Evo.
Morao bi otići do prodavnice, uzem kisele vode.
I need more power. Can't be done. I need more power. I need more power. Not possible. Not right now.
Let's have a look. So this is elite vibe, and we can crit for close to 3,000, 4,000. And I'll show you guys again. Those annoying monsters that taunts, goes away range, you hit a lot harder. A single target, you do massive damage, and it's a 4,000 crit, and everything dies when it touches you. This build is so good to the point I'm only using my mouse button to move most of the time. And I'll show you guys the boss fight. So this is the boss fight, and we do really good damage against the boss as well. So the boss usually dies in about 10, 15 seconds. So this build pretty much broke the beta for the Barbarian, and I'm really excited to share with you guys. So let's get into the video. So I'm sure you guys have noticed, my highest count at the moment is 996. And what that means is, when enemy hits me, they will take that much damage every time they hits me. Now, what does it look like in-game when I'm normally not buffed up by, everything with my skills? So I'll show you guys over here. So what's gonna happen is, currently without any of the skill buffs, I still have 475 of my thorn, including the potions I'm drinking, which gives me about, I think, 50 thorn. Let's have a look here. So this one gives me about, oh yeah, only 25 thorn, but we have a massive thorn multiplier, and this is so powerful. So what I want to do is, let's quickly go through the skills of choice I have, and I'll show you guys the gears. Now there is only one gear that makes this build extremely powerful. It is this weapon. I found this one as I was farming for my rogue, and this was originally our glove. I took the glove off and used the legendary aspect and imprinted onto a level 25 weapon, and this doubled the effect from 28% to 56% of dealing AoE thorn damage to everybody around you. And this is incredible. So I'm sure you guys are excited to see the skill build, and let's get into it. So right away, let me show you guys the skill tree. The skill tree is very straightforward. You will be going to Flay, and then upgrading Flay will give you damage reduction and also increased thorn for 3 seconds, up to 4 times. Just this skill alone can give you over 200 thorn, and you can start building even with this spell. This is really good. Just no more attack, you get so much thorn. After that, I'll be going into Rend. So you see my Rend Barbarian build, I'm still going into Rend. So a lot of Rend items still work. And this Rend deals a lot of damage. So I do have level 7 on Rend with items. I'll show you guys very soon. So max level Rend to 5, and then going to the Rend Increased Fury as you hit more enemies. This allows you to do more damage against bosses and small monsters, which you don't even need to hit them. Now the special highlight of the Thorn build is going to be the challenging shot. Too excited. The challenging shot, its upgrades is amazing. The challenging shot is a long cooldown spell that have damage reduction, and it taunts enemies. But with its upgrades, the challenging shot provides bonus HP, and also challenging shot will also use your maximum life as bonus thorn dealing to damage. Give you bonus thorn pretty much. So once you cast challenging shot, your thorn pretty much double. We'll be going into all of the thorn perks over here. So here, 3 level into outburst, which give us 50 thorn and also gain 17 thorn for bonus HP we have. And our build wants bonus HP and also thorn. You'll see the items. And finally, increase your thorn by 60% with toughest nail. And the enemy take additional damage, take additional 1% of your thorn as bleeding damage, which works for bleeding build, right?
Yes.
So we also went even more durable with Iron Skin. But a lot of DreamHack testings, I actually didn't really need Iron Skin. Iron Skin was like not that useful. I can even perk into something else. So Iron Skin, I went with the upgrade that Iron Skin heals us. With this ability, I don't even need potions. This is actually pretty crazy. I did not go into any skills into the brawling section, and I did go into 1 skill point into Death Blow. Very, very powerful spell, and I'll show you guys why. Because I hit for like 4,000 with a crit ride. Now, because I'm worried I might have problems dealing with bosses, so I went into 1 perk into the upgrade to do 100% more damage against boss with the Death Blow, which has a 14-second crit up, so it's not the best, but it's decent damage. We can crit for like 4,000 against the boss. And finally, I'm going to the Core of Engines. Very good burst and a lot of damage. And this allows me to take down the boss because it's a single target, and this is perfectly a single target. I'm going into 1 upgrade of Core of Engine because I don't have any more skill points. Ideally, I can go to the 2nd upgrade and remove this one against the boss. So this is optional. All the time, you're very strong with Core of Engine, but against the boss, you might want a little more damage with the Death Blow. It's not that big, to be honest. So this is the only variation for build. Now that we had a look at the skill tree, let's come over to weapons and codexes, and this is the amazing part to make the build work. We'll go starting from the weapons and we go onwards. A lot of weapons could still be upgraded, but I haven't found the ideal, codexes. This is already broken in the game. So here is my more weapon. This is a golden weapon that I've rewrote onto the stats with strength and also damage to close enemies, damage to slow enemies, which is incredibly strong. And the imprint is that thorn damage will deal as AoE damage to everybody around you. So against massive enemies, lots of them, they die instantly. I do have a skill gem slot, so I'll talk about the gem slot very soon. So this codex is the center of the build. If you don't have this codex, it still works, guys. Don't worry too much. This is just one bullet, I can take. Now as for the other weapons, I'm going with the distance enemies will be slowed and we do more damage to stun enemies. Just because I happen to have this and we're very defensive. And over here we have a very nice codex which allows me to deal more skill damage when we have higher resource. Most of the time I don't even spend my resource, I just stand there. And for the final weapon, I'm using this one, it's really good. The codex allows me to deal 200% more weapon mastery skill damage when I spend 100 fury. So what that means is, my special skill with Death Blow, which resets each time it kills one enemy, will deal 100% more damage to boss, and also this skill will deal 200% more damage against small monsters. And this is because I stacked 100 fury. And this is one of the reasons you can see like pretty much, I'll show you guys again with the crits. I'm pretty happy with the crits, to be honest. So you can see here, it happens pretty consistently. So we crit for 3,900 and here we crit for pretty much 4,000. So it really depends how your lucky rolls. So 4,000. So this is the ability from this spell and combined with the, with the Death Blow. And Death Blow cooldown resets each time you kill an enemy. I can pretty much kill everything that's still alive after the talk. Now as we go upwards, there's a boost. Nothing too special here. I just happen to want some movement speed. I realized the build wasn't giving me a lot of movement speed. So I upgraded boots to level 3 and I spent all my gold. You can see I spent like 200,000 gold. I upgraded the boots for more movement speed and no more movement speed. And the crowd control's not that big. I just don't have any better boots.
I need more power.
As we keep going, we have this very durable spell. And this means basic skill normal attack will increase our damage reduction by 25% when we attack. And what you want to notice is the focus of your gears is that you want slots on them. Everything on the gear, legendary effects, everything's good, but you can have sockets you jam into the gems to plus 39 thorns. Unfortunately, I don't have a socket on the boots. I'm gonna upgrade that, and I don't have socket on the glass. So basic skill grant 25 damage reduction means we pretty much can stand there, because my basic skill also grants damage reduction. So our basic skill also grants our 3% damage reduction times 4, so 12% damage reduction. And I have really good damage reduction, 37 plus a bunch. So every
Ko je uradio šta ovdje?
Jami je ona, jasno flank. Ena gruvala u obradu, neki potom se healeri one, znači ušli su joj u oči, pretopili joj donje kapke.
To ti cene show biznis. Ili ono što bih ja nazvao, ako hoćeš da budeš kompetitivan, moraš da koristiš long ammo. Znači ako hoćeš da ostaneš top, moraš da koristiš botox.
Mater jebem, odakle se lik zavalio headshot sa Winfieldom?
I nije umro.
Nije bilo 100, ne umro je, nego nije bilo ono 150 metara, ono jedan od onih taskova, znači. Headshot sa 150 metara, ali pičke matine sa tvrđave, sa karbika sam mu zavalio na onoj kuli na...
Onda... Sa Fort Karnika si gađa na Brickwork, pa to tima toliko stoji nešto metara, da.
Kažem, nije mi otišli.
Pa falio je koji metar.
Sokareš kurafte da ninjaška jala. Kurafte da ninjaška jala. Ne znaš da ti kažem.
Not happening.
Platu, ne znaš da ti kažem. Winter expansion za Village, jesi to gledaš?
Winter S, nije Winter, već Winter S.
A, Winter, dobro.
Igraš sa onom ćerkom njegovom.
A šta, iste misije ili... Mislim,
Jel skupo sam me reci?
14,28 jurica.
Ako nije skupo, uzmi i probaj. Sad, ne igraš kao onaj Ethan, igraš kao ta njegova ćerka koju zapravo traži sve vreme.
Pa nemam ni ovaj prvi, a ne to.
Ok, whatever.
Jone? Nešo? Juhu! Nema gi Neša, bre.
Nema.
Nema gi, bre, Neša. Nema gi, bre, Šone.
That's not.
Tako da dobijem neki promo kod na gaming.
Za šta?
Opusti. Ha.
Ne znam. Možda gledaš nekog streamera pa on baci taj kod.
Customer. Welcome to my humble You have a good eye.
everything give damage reduction. Now, going into the gloves. The gloves is not that big. This is the gloves I was using for the Rend Barbarian. Basically, Spending Fury give us a Dust Devil, dealing additional damage, AoE, and this is pretty nice. So just a little bonus, right? Again, I'm using this gloves because it has +2 in Rend, which allows my Rend to deal massive damage. I deal 838 damage with Fury, which is very powerful. As I keep going, I have one of the unkillable legendary codex over here. Because we're melee class, we have a lot of close range damage reaction. And when I'm close to a bunch of enemies, we heal 7.1 life up to 42 life per second. Nothing kills me. I don't even use potions anymore with this one. So what I did was, I had the codex, and I found a golden item with plus storm. Notice this 36 plus storm on the FX. I crafted with the codex onto the golden item, and it had a socket too. So this means I get plus 36 storm and also plus 39 storm. Talk about the choices of the stats berries. And finally we have the helmet, which have a socket, and also it provides unstoppable and also damage reduction to high skill, which makes me unkillable. And coming over here, we have some random items which they not that strong. I'm just using them. Oh, I can make this over 1000 thorn. I haven't upgraded this item. Once I upgrade the 35 thorn, this goes over 1000 thorn. We could have made this even better, right? So this item, I just used it for the thorn, for 35 thorn, at 4% maximum life. You want life, you want thorn. And the next item, close enemies, bonus damage, and also 40 maximum life. It's more thorn, right? And finally, this item. This is actually one of my core Rend builds. 40% chance of getting more Fury with Rend means your Rend bleeding damage will deal more damage. And that's the choices of codex. And I did briefly mention about the sockets. So you want to socket your armor first. All of your armor pieces should be socketed with plus 39 thorn. This is the upgraded gem version of the green emerald gem, I think? Yeah, it should be the emerald gem.
Resident Evil Reverse.
PvP.
PvP.
Da, plašim se. To ti je kao, kako oni to zovu, asinhroni PvP. Imaš 4 ljudska igrača i jednog igrača, on je mastermind. I ti kao mastermind postavljaš im zamke, znaš, šalješ im recimo, ono, bossove na njih, šalješ zombije, šalješ likere, kerove. Postavljaš zamke, stavljaš municiju. Tipa, pretpostavljam da ide tako, moraš da im staviš nešto municije, biljaka i ostalog, ali za uzvrat moraš i da postaviš, ne moraš, nego možda postaviš i kao monstere da ih jure. E sad, na tebi je da li hoćeš da im staviš recimo odmah bossa u prvoj sobi, ili hoćeš da ih pustiš malo da se opuste, znaš.
Je li, ja si igrao ono The Evil Within 1 i 2,
Jes, dvojka je dobro. Keca nisam igrao, kažu da je priča dobra, ali dvojka je sa mehaničke strane, ono, znaš kako se igra i to, dvojka je bolje. Dobro. Jeste da je linearna, ali nema veze. Isto ne traje nešto preterano dugo, ono, može se preći za dan, dva. Ti si prva osoba koju sam čuo da je rekla kao kad će više kraj ovog Resident Evil 2. Jesi to rekao zato što nisi imao municije ili ti je postalo već ono naporno?
Ne, bilo mi super, nego nemam predstavu, ono, nisam...
A nisi igrao original? Nisi igrao original, pa ne znaš.
Nisam gledao uputstva po YouTube-u i ništa.
Ne, ako si igrao original Resident Evil 2, kraj Resident Evil 2 originalnog ti je kada pokreneš samouništenje, odeš s onim vozom.
Nisam, setio bi se, igrao sam Veroniku, to znam, poznajem Veroniku. I
Ja,
prvi deo sam.
Veronika je spin-off.
Pogledaj, što ne radi.
Pa dobro, to je Village, da.
Dobro, kažem, je li ovo krađa Capcomu, vidiš koliko si bio uz.
Pa ne vidim baš dobar. Odsečeno mi je. Piše Steam Worldwide, PayPal Express, $4.79, $14.79. Pa jeste, dobra cena jako. Možeš reći da je stil. Neko je platio full cenu, samo znaš. Mislim, nisam čekao godinu, dve da igri padne cena. Znaš, a meni ako se nešto igra, imam vremena također, kupim i odmah. Ako mi se igra, ako mi se ne igra, onda čekam sale. Pa onda pokupim na sale. I igram je kad ima vremena.
It's not possible. Can't manage that like that. It's not possible. Why fight? It's not possible. Father, why did you send Edric after me?
Interfering with the covenant of the blind when you died was corrupting Anankis. The blind prince whispers were too strong. You had to be stopped.
Don't be shy. Abby has everything a soldier needs. You have a good eye.
I have a fat wallet.
Stara Joe. Štivio, ko je Stara Joe?
Ne?
Stara Joe.
Kara Joe.
That's not happening.
Gunsmack. Ko je Gunsmack?
Mali krelac. Troll. Ne igra loše, mislim igra zapravo jako dobro igra. To ti je otprilike društvo s kojim se jače druži. A boga mi i Vombus. Ništa lično protiv njega nema, ali... Troll je onako, znaš.
Jump. Jump, jump.
Mada vidim da... Vidim da ga ne smetam ako ga ubije neko drugi, znaš. Čak i da napravio toga klip, znaš, ono kao fail neki. Gledao sam kad je ubio njega i ove njegove, kad ih je ubio lik sve, oni su ga sabili, bili negdje u neku močvaru. Ali ih je ubio jednog po jednog zato što se tipa oni ga pogode. On ubije jednog, oni krenu da revive-u jednog, on iskoči iz žbuna, s medkitom u ruci, a ovog drugog počne da bije po glavi. Oni počnu da ga biju, ovaj se već stresi od smeha, razumiješ kakva je glupa situacija. I lik na kraju sve pobije, ne znam, bokserom. Taka neka glupost. I mislim, sportski, bilo mu smešno. Nije da razumiješ kao sramot. Pa, mislim... Ne može uvijek da se desi dobre situacije, ima nekada.
Ne vidio sam da mi iskače kao da...
Jeste, ako gledaš YouTube klipove, iskače ti onda. Ili na Twitchu također može da izađe.
Gunschlinga!
Eto se nam dosta njih voli da igra kao Gunslinger, kao lakše je.
Imam neki Call of Juarez Gunslinger, imam instalirano nešto što sam čekao.
A to znam.
Dobro, kod crtani film igra.
Znaš što je to? To ti je legenda onome revolverašu, kako se zove, pičke materine. Onaj lejavac. On je kao pričao okolo da je, ne znam, borio se sa Billy Kidom ili da je pobedio Wyatt Earpa ili tako nešto. I onda ti priča prati njegove podvige. Pogledaj Last of Us ako već nisi.
Serio?
Aha. Ako već nisi.
Nešto je i igra.
Pa da. Mislim ne tad izađe, nego to je igra za PlayStation 4 5. Ali treba sada kao, pošto su ubrali dovoljno para na konzolama, sad mogu da uzmu i pare od PC publike. Koji euro.
Ali kao navodno će part 1 da ima.
A dobro, igra ima 2 chaptera kao nekakva.
Let's chapter. A gdje nam je glasnogovornik glasni?
Drekavac.
I javala.
Ne znam.
Ako četvorka dobro izgleda i dobro radi, duše nerealno je Resident Evil 4.
Jesi uspio da pređeš selo?
Words? Pa nisam.
Nisi stigao dobro.
Samo sam probao testio.
Nećeš da se navučeš, pa da moraš da je kupiš.
Pa
Mislim da sam skontao zašto nisi ni htio dalje da probaš.
It's not possible.
Ako nisi igrao Village, samo možda ga uzmeš za relativno jeftino. Mislim, reče si ga kupio, da. Kako nemaš UPS?
Ne. Ovdje kod mene stvarno jednom godišnje nestane struje.
Dobro. Ništa više neću da pitam. Ideš taktikom, ne treba.
Moja greška, nisam razmišljao uopšte na taj način.
Ti radiš mnogo ozbiljniji posao nego ja. Ja streamujem ponekad. I ne radi se o svetljivim podacima, ti radiš videokonferenciju, zamisliti sve videokonferencije ti nestane struje. Na jedno sat vremena neki kvar radne mreže, šta da radiš onda? Uzmeš telefon i kažeš jedi ga momci.
Laptop mi drži 3-4 sata.
Ako imaš laptop, okej, možeš da radiš posao. Dobro, okej, onda u redu.
Ne radim ja na mom kompu, radio sam prethodno na laptopu, radim svaki slučaj.
Okej. Počet ću kao Andrej Miločić, okej.
Ja ne moram slušati jer masa ljudi oko ima čudnovatnu situaciju, jer moja zgrada je u ulici Ljubiša, ali jedino je moja zgrada nakačena na trafu Vojvode Stepe koja je isto. A cela Ljubiša je neki situacija da nestane struje neki razlog. Ja nemam. Da, dešava se da rade u Ljubi Šercera, nešto struje, opet samo ja imam struje, samo moja zgrada. Ali uglavnom, ako mi se i desi da nestane struje, imam okolo cela ulica pod SBB-om, imam onaj Unify.
Da.
Ti kao korisnik SBB usluga imaš i Unify uslugu. Gde imaš 5 profilnu garantu bilo koji Unify. Svaki router ima i Unify emitor. Ti možeš sa tvojim user i passwordom na bilo koji Unify preći vidiš.
Aha.
Ja vidim jedno 5. Ovo mi radi. Jer laptop ima bateriju 3-4 sata, bitno mi je samo Unify da uhvatim. Ovo im je super faza. I to čak nije ni u Srbiji, nego oni imaju po cijeloj Evropi, ne znam koja im reče, deo Evrope, koji kači svojim SBB nalogom. Što ima ograničenje do 5 GB.
Da. Kužim.
Da ne bi baš nekom vukao, onako nesumično je.
Či ima limit na bandwidth?
Pa kao download 5 GB, kad potrošiš 5 GB,
Onda?
onda ti blokira Unify, znači da ne baš nekaj. Iskorišćavaš
da ne legneš baš nekom na život.
Ne, mogu bi da daš nekom da ti koristi i onda njima uteruješ kuru.
It's not possible. Can't be done. Can't manage that right now.
We're being tailed.
Greetings, my friend. How may I help? Your patronage is appreciated.
So you want all socketed. I still have 2 pieces not socketed. And you want to upgrade the items with plus thorn. So here the chest is plus 36 thorn. Let me just show you guys over here what I mean by that. So we're gonna try to go upgrade. So coming over to the jeweler, and jeweler is here to upgrade your accessories. And here notice my thorn will go up to 39. I press again, this will goes up to 44. I'm loving this by the way, that's why I'm fully socketing into this. So now my thorn should be over 1000 once I have my whole combo. And this is very powerful. Now as for the choice of socketing weapons, I went for damage over time, which increase our bleeding damage. And you can see damage over time again. As for the choices of socketing your amulets and also rings, I went for whatever resistance I'm lacking. So coming over to materials and status, so coming over to status, notice here I try to get all my resist over 20 at least, and sometimes even higher. I try to get cold resist a little higher because you don't like being freezing. You don't like being frozen, right? So notice I'm
Kotlo 30.000 nova, sad ću da probam da je preko interneta nađem.
Ćeš da je kupiš, šta?
Da, moram, brate, ili da popravim staru.
Tell your friends, Mojave stand in the palace.
Ja ne verujem da jedno parče 20 puta 20 toliko
Who
košta.
is the Helion's carrier?
Eos Ganez. He leads these daybreakers.
Ganez. Guess fate has no shortage of irony.
You know him?
He's the one I talked to when I first sought answers about Anathea. We were both foolish young men at the time.
I need more power.
sekundu.
Ojebote, pa oko 300 € svud u inostranstvu.
Matična ploča.
I can't do that.
Šta je to, štampana ploča za neku elektroniku, šta? Pa Vlado, bolje ti je da kupiš komplet novi proizvod.
Pa znam Snake, ali matična ploča je 32.000, a kompletan nov proizvod je 130.
130.000.
Aha.
Ne znam. Ne znam. Tu ja već nisam pametan. Kvantna mehanika. Dajem odgovore i sugestije. Da.
Baš u nezgodno.
A uvijek je nezgodno vreme. To je isto onaj deda, kad je došla smrt po njega, pa je rekao, još samo 5 minuta.
Successfully lost.
Ajde, lucaj, pa idemo.
Welcome to my channel.
To je to. Bude znao bolje. Hello Lost. What's going on? Hello, welcome.
Your patronage is appreciated.
A kad je deda podetinio pa se pravio da je ono skrenuo s pamet, jeli?
Šta je radio?
Tako ide. Pa deda, došla smrt po dedu. I deda počeo da se pravi blesav, znaš. Kao ono gugu gaga i to.
Aha.
I smrt ga prati. Tek će, ono kao u fazonu, ide deda na WC. Ide smrt za njim, ono kao s kosom prati, znaš. Kao deda folira se kao da ne vidi smrt, znaš, a smrt ono je spremno da ga ponese. Ide deda na WC, dobro. Ide deda da počita novine, sede onda čita novine, smrt i dalje tu. Ide deda da ruča i valjda ide onaj deo. Kaže smrt. Neka ide deda da ruča, pa ide papa. Tako sam dobar ispričao.
Boga mi jes.
Fuck.
Kako je ovaj flipper dobar, ludilo je. A ja sam 3 table sam kupio. Kupio sam Ajkula, prvi deo, Back to the Future i E.T. vanzemaljac.
Šta je to, film si kupio?
Ne bre, flipper Pinball FX3 na
Ne,
Steam.
ne. Kupio si one table kao, jel tako?
Imaš samo jednu tablu, imaš prija. Kupio sam E.T.-a, kupio sam Back to the Future i Ajkula prvi deo, Jones.
Ajkula, Drakula, mjau mjau.
Mjau mjau. Mrnjau. Žvrnjau, mrnjau.
Support.
Šta bi se sa
Tvoj.
Total Commanderom ujebalo. Pustio se u neku 8K rezoluciju.
Ali sam se umorio sad, jebi ga. 20 puta sam pravio razne šeme na matičnim pločama da bi video koja radi, koja ne.
Što si to radio?
Pa crkvu mi kotao, moram da vidim da...
Kotao?
Znači moram da vidim da...
Od parnog granja, šta?
Da.
A,
Ti kutava. Ma jedi bez hleba, ajde, šta će ti grajati? Terema.
ništa nisam rekao.
Terema.
Mm-mm.
Terema.
Nećeš čuti takve reči. ti je Avanturac. Ako ćeš već nešto tako da nabaviš, probaj Nijok, ali... Znajući tebe, ne znam da li da ti preporučim Nijok.
Gledam na Xbox, to isto, ja... dodat tu skorije da je zemlji. Hot Wheels.
Diablo 4.
Darkest Dungeon.
To nije loš. To ti je kao Knights of Honor, samo iz trećeg lica.
Okej. Formula 1,
Šta kažeš, civilizacija 6?
Da.
Ili da stavili Mankind?
Ja sam kupio to za male pare, ako hoćeš da isprobaš, može da ti neće sredi da...
Meni kažeš ili
Da.
njemu? Nemam potrebe. Ako budem teo, uzet ću.
Pa ne, nego da isprobaš.
Isprobat ću ja free. Nemaš ti problem.
Ja ovaj Xbox Pass.
Imam ja način da probam igre free, Vlad.
Ja nisam imao onaj kvorku naviru samo.
Ne.
Ma niko ti ne kaže, imam, ja ti čitam šta je izašlo. Xbox Pass.
Hvala vam.
Skoro dodat.
Znam da nisi. Nisam ništa rekao.
Djelić samo 30 čičak.
Nema kompleksne teksture, znaš. Ako se dobro sećam, dešava se u Rumuniji. Steam Charts, to sam poslao Drakulu da vidi koliko igrača igra Battlefield 2042. Otprilike isto ljudi koliko igra Hunt Showdown igra i Battlefield 2042.
Kada sam kupio Base One 2 full.
Ozbiljno. Ne znam, za male pare.
Sad ću ti kažem.
Još ti ostaje da igraš. Najkraći dio toga ti je da nabaviš igru, treba igrati.
Za 80 cm.
80 centi, malo pare. Vredi onaj više.
possible. I need more power. I need more power. Not happening. Not happening.
Customer, welcome to my humble stand. A fine item. Thank you very much.
Not happening.
Trying to socket whatever resistance I am lacking of to get average defense about 30 or 20% at least of all the resistance. And finally I will show you guys the skill rotations. It's so easy, it's so straightforward, and hopefully you guys can make this one. And you don't need all the items to make this work. I think even just using this knowledge can be amazing barbarian. So as for skill rotations, what you're gonna see is I'm not actually into skill. Most of the normal mobs, you don't need to hit anything. They just die when it touches you. And it's hard for me to show you skill rotation, right? Now, the way you deal damage is by casting the challenging shot. Gives you damage reduction and also doubles your throws. And your normal attack also increases your thumb, increase your bleeding, and also increase damage reduction. So normal attack and challenging shot is enough for 80% of the content. And after that, your iron skin is not really used at all. Most of the time a maximum life, because this item of the chest heals me so much, I don't even lose life anymore. So iron skin is only used when I need the unstoppable. When I get stunned, I use this one. And the barrier and the healing is not bad. And as you saw in the replay, Death Blow is used to single targets, and you can hit anywhere from 1,500 to 4,000 damage. And this is incredible. And it resets when you kill one enemy. This allows me to take elite monsters down to half HP and one-shot them. So basically, you can see this one over here. So here I was trying to one-shot or two-shot this elite, but before I one-shot him, he died too fast. So he died to the top, so he hit too fast. So in the end, I one-shotted the monster next to him. And this is how you use the Deathly Blow. And finally, with your ultimate cross engine, this is used against bosses, or if you get lazy, press this button, everything dies. That's pretty much it. When you have Fury, you just go Rend and everything dies. It's so good that I don't even need to talk about the skill combination, because everything dies, guys. So just to show you guys the boss. So against the boss, what you do is you just spam your spells. Everything works. Boss hits you, boss dies. You spam spells, you don't take any damage. You're so durable. So I'm loving this build, and I think we broke the beta on this one. Let me know what you guys think, and we'll be looking into more builds. I spent a day grinding for Barbarian, so this is the build after grinding for Barbarian for 2 days. Now before you go, and if you guys didn't know, we have a new YouTube channel. So I just started a YouTube channel with my girlfriend yesterday, and you can see this is only 12 hours old, this YouTube channel. And if you guys haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe and check out the behind the scenes and also fun clips and also more stories about us. And then you get to know me a little more personally instead of just reading the news and also the games, right? So I want to share a little bit more with you guys. So make sure you check this channel out if you're interested about Matt and also Uni. She's really funny too, and she's really shy. So I want to give her a surprise and do a shout out for the new channel to get some subscribers. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys next time.
Damn.
On my first playthrough of Elden Ring, nothing captured my attention more than the Godskin Apostles. Terrifying bringers of death adorned in grim robes of flesh, whose very purpose is audacious yet captivating, to bring death to the gods. The weight of the Godskin threat is punctuated by the power of their leader, the Glomide Queen, an Empyrean tied to the power of destined death and a direct challenge to Marika and her god kin. The Glomide Queen would channel the power of destined death, taking the form of the Black Flame, and beneath her she would raise up a creed of terrifying apostles who would wield this flame in her name, wearing the tanned skin of their enemies, enacting a terrifying god hunt. Yet ultimately Marika would have victory, given to her by her shadow-bound beast, and the Glomide Queen's legacy would be hammered into the timeline. Yet for an event of such cataclysmic proportions, we know very little about the details. Who was the Glomide Queen? What actually are the Godskin Apostles? And when did it happen? These are questions I will seek greater clarity on in this lore video, and so I ask you to join me this week as we explore the lore of the mysterious Glomide Queen and her Godskin Apostles. At this stage, I would also like to offer my thanks to Eugenia Liza, an incredible artist and content creator, who was commissioned to do 3D renders of theoretical locations and characters from the Godskin movement, and so please check out their content, which I will link below. And remember guys, if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider subscribing to the channel and liking this video. I think a good starting point for this subject is talking about the Glomide Queen and her nature, specifically the fact that she is an Empyrean, and let's discuss what it means to be Empyrean. I'd like to start with the item description of the Black Flame ritual, which reads, "The Glomide Queen led the Apostles. It is said that she was an Empyrean, chosen by the Fingers." For me, this is one of the most important pieces of lore when we're talking about the Glomide Queen. And so we know the Glomide Queen was an Empyrean, a state of being that is best described by Rani, who says the following about Empyrean status.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika.
Welcome to my channel.
To become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
So lots of information there, pertinent to the Glomide Queen. Firstly, there is something there that some people might miss, and that is Rani's omission of the Glomide Queen entirely. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title, meaning that this generation of Empyreans has clearly come about a significant time period after the Glomide Queen was active, and that's a point we will revisit in the next chapter when we look about placing this in the timeline. Returning to Empyrean status, Rani talks of how she and the twins were selected to be an Empyrean by their own two fingers. And so the Occam's razor assumption to be made is that at some point the Glomide Queen was also selected by two fingers to be an Empyrean. When looking at the role of the two fingers, specifically ours at Round Table Hold, we can very much see that they are instruments of the Greater Will, meant to guide us towards a single goal, to ascend the Elden Throne and usher in a new age.
Fine work, brave Tarnished. The Greater Will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erd Tree and an audience with Queen Marika. To become Elden Lord, and restore the Golden Order.
And indeed, Rani says that she was chosen by Two Fingers, and she was meant to usher in a new age. And so we can assume that anything chosen by the Two Fingers is done so at the behest of the Greater Will, as part of its plan to institute a new type of order. And Empyrean's role in the coming of a new order is to be a candidate for godhood, taking Marika's place at the head of a new order. So the Gloam-Eyed Queen was chosen to potentially be a god whose order would no doubt be defined by the Rune of Death as the centerpiece of her power. This is where a crucial part of an understanding of the lore is required, that being that the Greater Will considers those for godhood that generally represent something outside of the current order. For example, we learn from Gowry that Malenia was born with the Scarlet Rot inside of her, and was an Empyrean for a potential new order, an Order of Rot.
Queen Marika and her king consort Radagon were blessed with twin demigods, and Malenia was one of them. She was born an Empyrean, carrying the Scarlet Rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the image of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, a precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order.
And so likewise we can assume that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was chosen by her Two Fingers to be a new god, to forge a new order of death. A video I often reference on this channel is Ratatasco's video on how the Greater Will does not care about the Golden Order in particular, that it just wants an order of some kind. In this video, Ratatasco talks on the relevance of Fusidjusax being named as Elden Lord, which of course suggests that at one stage there was a different Elden Lord, a different god, which ruled over a different order, defined by a differently configured Elden Ring. Perhaps the very Elden Ring illustrated in Fire Missoula, a far more wild and primal looking Elden Ring than the more refined and cut down version we see in the age of the Golden Order. I discuss the ramifications of this idea in my Outer Gods lore video, which I will link below. But in short, Malenia's remembrance makes it clear that she was born with her afflictions, and yet she was still selected as an Empyrean, a potential replacement for Marika. Gowry talks about the Order of Rot, and so it makes it clear that the Greater Will considered a new Order of Rot, led by Malenia, as the replacement for Marika's order. And while the Scarlet Rot may seem horrific to us, to the Greater Will it is just another form of order, and indeed Gowry lays out the principles of this suggested Order of Rot.
Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeoni, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
When considering the notion of unusual orders that are seen as acceptable by the Greater Will, we could look at two very different characters. Two Tarnished, the Dung Eater and Goldmask. Both of these characters have iconic bits of gear, Goldmask's mask and Dung Eater's sun medallion. Both of the item descriptions for each have very similar language, and in essence, both of them describe how their sun designs they both carry are visual representations of a guiding force and the vision of a ring, their mending runes, that await them at the end of their journey. This suggests that both of these extremely diverse characters were directed and guided towards such a goal. The Tarnished have been called back as part of the Greater Will's plan, so the Dung Eater and the Goldmask have a role to play here. And if we think about the guidance that shone upon them both, this outer force that directed them to take the actions that they did, we have to assume that it was the Greater Will. And this therefore shows that Dung Eater is as equal a proposition to Goldmask when it comes to repairing the Elden Ring. Ultimately, they both produce a mending rune that will help repair the Elden Ring and thus play a role in bringing about a new order. And so no matter what you think about Dumbledore, and while we may think it's a horrendous fate for the world to be cursed in his ending, it shows that the Greater World doesn't really care, as long as order is restored and the ring is repaired. And if you'd like a more in-depth look at both Dung Eater and Goldmask, and the role they play in the Greater World's plans, I do have a lore video on each of those. So with all of that said, it isn't really a surprise to learn that there was an Empyrean, elected by the Greater Will in Two Fingers, that was associated with death and death. The Gloam-Eyed Queen was considered and elected by the Two Fingers to be the potential god of a new age, to overthrow and replace Marika. It was part of the Greater Will's plan. Ultimately, the power behind the Gloam-Eyed Queen is a rune of the Elden Ring, the Rune of Death. And this is why the Black Flame incantations require faith, much like Crucible and Erdtree incantations do as well. But if the Gloam-Eyed Queen was meant to bring in a new epoch, we do have to ask the question of when this happened and what necessitated the need for a new Empyrean. And so with that said, let us now discuss where the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her godskins sit in the timeline. When it comes to a general placement of these events, we do have two pillars of lore that cap either end of its potential timeline. Firstly, we know it must have come after the War of the Giants and the sealing of the Flame of Ruin. This is because of the Black Monks, traitors to the Fire Monks, who began to wield the Black Flame, and we now see them operating alongside Godskins in various locations, suggesting that these traitors joined the Godskin movement. And of course, the order that they defected from, the Fire Monks, only was established upon the sealing of the Flame of Ruin, giving us some level of confidence that the Godskin apostasy happened after the War of the Giants. On the other end of the timeline, we know that the Godskin event must have happened before the Night of the Black Knives, as this was the event that would lead Malekith to seal the Rune of Death within his flesh, thus robbing the Black Flame of its power, as is told to us by the Scouring Black Flame. And of course, their true power, the Godslaying power of the Black Flame, must have been active during this event. So a pretty wide net, but it does give us some framework to work within. Our understanding of the timeline has evolved much over the past year, since the game's release, to the point where we are starting to get an understanding of the ancient civilizations that came before the Great Order. One of the vanguards of your discussion is Tarnished Archaeologist, who has presented incredibly valuable theories regarding the history of the lands between. And if you haven't watched any of their content, then please check it out, because in this chapter we're going to be presenting a timeline theory that was developed by Tarnished Archaeologist, and so credit to them. We know that Marika was once Empyrean herself, thanks to the description of Malekith's remembrance, before she ascended to godhood. Marika now rules over the Age of the Erdtree, the age symbolised by the Golden Tree, and now, currently, is anchored by the Golden Order. Yet Marika has seemingly ruled over at least two ages, this current age of the Golden Order and a prior age known as the Age of Plenty. In the past, I had never put a hard border between these two ages, seeing the Age of Plenty more as a sub-era, the early portion of the Age of the Erdtree. However, in Tarnished Archaeologist's video Creeds of the Erdtree, they more heavily separate the division between the Age of Plenty and what comes after. Tarnished Archaeologist combines the lore of what we know of the Age of the Crucible and the Age of Plenty into one era called the Ancient Erdtree Era, and he believes that this age was different from the one that came after, because in this time, the Erdtree was an actual arboreal tree, a real tree. And by the way, the term Ancient Erdtree is actually a canon one, as the term is used in the description of Blessing of the Erdtree, Blessings Boon, and Erdtree Heal. You'll note that these are all incantations regarding rejuvenation and vitality, very fitting for the Age of Plenty. and the in-game files seem to name this sigil, the sigil used on these spells, as the Ancient Erd Tree. And given the Crucible incantations use the same sigil, I do think Tarnished Archaeologist is justified in grouping the Age of Plenty and Age of the Crucible together under this umbrella term, Ancient Erd Tree. The Age of Plenty is described in multiple sources, such as the Blessed Dew Talisman and the Icon Shield. This was an age in which bounty, a blessed dew, dripped from the boughs of the tree itself, an age where Godfrey was the Elden Lord, going by the description of the Amber Medallions, which emphasize such amber as an important treasure of his reign. Tarnished Archaeologist argues that the Erd Tree has already been burnt before we even reach Leyndell. The main archaeological evidence that they look to is the blanket of ash that already covers Leyndell when we first arrive here, even reaching the heights of Marika's bedchamber. The most obvious source of this ash is undoubtedly the Erd Tree, not only because Leyndell lies in the shadow of the Erd Tree, but because we can see this process being repeated when we ourselves burn the Erd Tree and bury all of Leyndell in a fresh blanket of ash. And therefore it does seem hard to argue that the ash in Leyndell is from the Erd Tree, meaning that the Erd Tree has been burnt before. Cycles, flow, and stagnation, all concepts familiar to fans of the Souls series, and a concept Tarnished Archaeologist suggests is still relevant to Elden Ring in regards to the Erd Tree and its regeneration. To this end, let us look more closely at the wording of the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd Tree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erd Tree became more an object of faith." To this, Tarnished Archaeologists ask the insightful question, how did the tree change from a functional tree with real bounty to nothing more than a symbol, an idol of worship? How do we reconcile the more arboreal depictions of the Crucible with the golden tree that we see before us? How do we compare the more natural looking tree in some depictions with the Celtic knot version of the Erd Tree depicted on Erd Tree incantations and Knights of the Erd Tree? To Tarnished Archaeologist, the answer is this: there was an original Erd Tree, a real tree, in this Age of Plenty that actually had a bounty, but it was burned to the ground, and ultimately was replaced by a phantom tree that we see before us. And indeed there is further evidence that the Erd Tree was once a wooden, real arboreal tree. For example, there is the Great Club, which is said to be made from a Erd Tree branch, yet it is wooden. It is not like the golden phantom that exists before us. There is also the helm of the Tree Sentinel, the defenders of the Erd Tree, and yet their helmet bears a horsehair crest in the shape of a tree that is very natural looking and looks nothing, absolutely nothing, like the phantom tree that now stands before us. There is also the staff of the Erd Tree avatars, the description of which says that it represents the Erd Tree in its former radiance. Again, the tree shown here is very natural looking, very different from the current golden Erd Tree. The examples go on, such as the reliefs of a natural tree found in the shields of the statues of tree sentinels at the Grand Lifts, and reliefs found on the bases of statues and at the entrance to the Queen's Bedchamber and the Grand Lift of Dectus. Long have people argued about the nature of the inner wooden tree and the outer golden phantom of the Erd Tree, trying to discern if these are two separate trees. In Tarnished Archaeologist's mind, these are both the Erd Tree.
Nina kaže da ide kod društva.
the wooden stump of the original bountiful Erd tree, and its phantom replacement, grafted onto it through the power of the Elden Ring. And indeed, we too replace the golden Erd tree that we burned to the ground, should we choose the Elden Lord endings. When we repair the Elden Ring, and we use one of 3 mending runes, the destroyed phantom Erd tree is replaced with a brand spanking new one, and its colour is reflective of the mending rune that we have put into the Elden Ring, showing that this phantom tree really is a reflection of the Elden Ring. And so tarnished archaeologists suggest that this has at least happened once, and maybe more. That the original wooden Erd tree that grew as a result of the Crucible era was burned to the ground, and that is why the Age of Plenty came swiftly to a close, and why the Blessed Dew and the bounty that came from the Erd tree came to an end, because it isn't a real tree anymore, and thus the bounty can only now be found at its offspring, the minor Erd trees. This is a pretty incredible theory, and I highly recommend you check out Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Creeds of the Erd Tree, for a more in-depth look at what I've just talked about. But with these concepts in mind, the rise of a new Empyrean could make sense. A candidate intended for godhood to lead the world into a new era, and perhaps we can tie it in to the end of this Age of Plenty. Or even if you don't believe it was then, maybe now we can acknowledge there were other times within the Erd Tree era where the age could have and should have come to a close, with Marika being replaced by a new god. There are some pieces of evidence that could point to the Godskin apostasy taking place at the end of the Age of Plenty, at this ancient Erd Tree era. Firstly, many believe that Melina is the Glomide Queen, and should you summon her in the fight with Morgott, her casting sigil is this sigil of the ancient Erd Tree or Crucible era, suggesting she could be dated back to this time period. There is also the reference to the Crucible in the Godskin Noble old item description, and while it may be a thematic parallel, it could be hinting at the fact that the Crucible had some effect on the Noble's inhuman aspects, possibly suggesting they are products of this time as well. But most notably, the Black Blade incantation, Malekith's signature incantation, has the same ancient Erd Tree sigil on its item icon. While all of this is circumstantial and speculation, it still makes sense from common sense. As we have already acknowledged, Ranni doesn't mention the Glomide Queen as one of the Empyreans in her generation. The fact she doesn't even mention the Glomide Queen suggests that the Glomide Queen was an Empyrean and was active a long time ago. Also, there are too many other events that happen later on in the timeline, such as the Night of the Black Knives, and it would therefore make sense that the Godskin apostasy, something that definitely preceded a Night of the Black Knives, would come early on in Queen Marika's reign. And given the Ash and Leyndell, we know there are other burnings of the Erd Tree. But what events would these link to? Could it possibly be the rise of a new Empyrean who wielded the power of Destiny Death in the form of a flame? We will talk more about these ideas later on in the video. But to conclude, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence that shows A, the Erd Tree was burned before, B, there have been multiple eras under Marika's rule, and C, it most likely meant that the Glomide Queen came early on in the timeline and was likely a challenge at the twilight of the Age of Plenty. But of course I leave it to you to decide where you think this event sat in the timeline, and I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. But with that said, let us now examine the Glomide Queen and her potential identity. Before we jump into this next chapter, I want to acknowledge a great video by content creator Last Protagonist, as their video on the Glomide Queen has been instrumental in my fundamental ideas on the subject, and so while I will reference them directly at certain points, I wanted to acknowledge their influence in a general sense. The identity of the Glomide Queen has always been somewhat of a mystery, and so with that said, let us unpack some of these possibilities. I'd like to start by examining the very nature of the Glomide Queen herself and what she perhaps represents. Gloam is defined as the following according to Collins' dictionary. Twilight, or the darker part of twilight. And it is ultimately synonymous with dusk, and so the removal of the one instance of a dusk-eyed queen in one of the patches doesn't really hold a huge significance. However, what does hold significance is the already existing connection between dusk and death. For example, in the ending that relates to Those Who Live in Death and Godwyn, is called the Age of the Duskborn. This of course makes sense, having a symbolic tie to the Gloam-Eyed Queen, given that she was once connected and channeled the power of the Rune of Death, which is ultimately the artifact responsible for the creation of the Prince of Death and Those Who Live in Death. The connection between dusk or gloam and death, in a metaphorical sense, is pretty easy to understand. Dusk is the end of the day, and death is the end of one's life. They are both the twilight of something. Indeed, the term gloam-eyed could just be a reference to her purpose, to bring death to Marika and her godkin, heralding the twilight of the Age of the Gods. And in a way, if we consider the time in which we are suggesting her rise took place, the Age of Plenty, the Gloam-Eyed Queen's domain is very much an inversion of this. The Age of Plenty, the Age of Crucible, is essentially an age of vitality and abundance, an age of life unrestrained, whereas the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the representative of the Black Flame and Death, brought death, the complete mirror of the age of life and abundance. A great observation about this thematic inversion was made by content creator Quailag on Twitter, who said the following. Enea refers to the Rune of Destined Death as the shadow of the Golden Order. The Rune of Death goes by two names, the other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation, which makes sense as it's inverted from Marika's crucifix. I think this is a really powerful observation by Quailag here, that the Gloam-Eyed Queen's rune very much represented an inversion to Marika, the literal shadow to her rule. And as Quailag points out...
Kako?
Mislim da bi ti se dopao Wasteland.
Ja sam prešao Wasteland 2, Vlad. A Wasteland 3 sam počeo da igram. I onda, onda sam uzeo nešto drugo i nisam stigao da ga pređem, ali... No, uglavnom... Wasteland 2 sam prešao, Wasteland 3 sam počeo, ali nisam ga još završio.
Hello there, friend. Please, browse my wares. You know Mojave is always the best value. Got everything you need?
Sorcerer.
Excellent. Come back soon.
Sorcerer.
It's not possible. I can't do that right now.
Podsjeća na stare Fallout igre, ti ćeš ovako iskreno. Fallout 1, 2. Po sistemu borbe i istraživanja.
Jeste.
It's not.
does look like an inversion of Marika's rune. Indeed, it is possible that Marika's original rune is a rune of life, and therefore the rune of death would be the literal shadow to Marika's rune. The reasoning for this potential speculation comes from a tweet by content creator Sekiro Dubi, who tweeted about an item description found in version 1 of the game. In this version of the game, the Icon Shield, a shield that depicts the Age of Plenty, mentions a rune of life. Whilst of course this is cut content and shouldn't necessarily be considered canon, it does for me make more sense to Quelaag's idea of the Rune of Death literally being an inversion or shadow to Queen Marika's rule, potentially the Rune of Life. And the Rune of Life would make sense for Marika, given that the Erdtree is the nexus of life in the lands between, especially in the Age of Plenty. Whoever the Glomide Queen was, it is clear that her power, the power of the Black Flame that is used by her and her apostles, was channeled by her signature weapon, the Godslayer Greatsword, the description of which reads the following: the black flames wielded by the apostles are channeled from this sword. This suggests that the flames themselves, even the ones wielded by the apostles and the nobles, are directly channeled from the Rune of Death by this sword. It is a medium between the two, really highlighting the importance of this weapon to the Godskin movement. Last protagonist makes some very interesting observation in regards to the sword, highlighting its double helix structure that is not dissimilar from the sacred relic sword, a weapon made from the body of a god. Perhaps this sword itself was made via a similar process, and we know the Nox have experience in making weapons from corpses like the Finger Slayer blade. Despite the nightmarish concept of making a person into a sword, we know that such swords do hold important power. For example, the Finger Slayer blade seems to be the only blade capable of harming a two fingers. Therefore, it is fairly logical to assume that given its double helix DNA-esque shape, that the Godslayer blade could also be one that was made from a corpse for a special purpose, the purpose of channeling the power of the Rune of Death. In his Glomide Queen video, Last Protagonist does even suggest a theory that it could be possible that the sword is the Glomide Queen herself, that she was the one who is able to channel the Black Flame, and thus the sword is able to. And following her defeat, she was turned into a sword, suffering a similar fate to Marika and Radagon as a punishment upon her defeat. Another fascinating detail about the Godslayer Greatsword is that it exactly matches the shape of the Rune of Death. If you turn it point facing down, you can see with its downward facing hilt that it perhaps takes the shape of the Rune of Death. And this could be used as an argument to say that the sword was indeed once the Glomide Queen, that it takes the shape of the Rune of Death because of her relation to this rune. However, I am more of a mind that this is a purpose-built sword for the Glomide Queen, due to the fact that it is a highly detailed sword. Both the Sacred Relic sword and the Finger Slayer blade are more primal in their aspect, whereas the entire design of the Godslayer Greatsword does seem to suggest that it was purpose-made, hence why its design is so highly detailed. The sword is being designed to evoke the idea of the Rune of Death itself, the pivotal artifact to the Glomide Queen's power and the movement of the Godskins. And I think the idea that it represents the Rune of Death is better captured by this fan-made footage by Eugenia that portrays the Glomide Queen standing victorious over a fallen god, bringing its point down on her foe, the Rune of Death hanging over the heads of the gods. Not only does it seem to have been forged in the very shape of the Rune of Death, but it also seems to display a swirling flame. It's not really a double helix. To me it looks like a flame going upwards, no doubt evoking the very black flame it is used to channel. And to me it also seems designed specifically to channel the flame, again human-made, due to the gap in its centre, from which the black flame will emerge. However, I do leave the matter of the sword up to you to decide, whether it is a sword made from a corpse, if it's the Glomide Queen herself, or if it was designed with the specifics of the Glomide Queen's requirements in mind. With that said, let us return to the matter of the Glomide Queen's identity. Now, I have heard many people make the argument that they have to be related to Marika. And if we consider the other existing Empyreans that we know of, this does make some sort of sense. Melania and Mikola are direct offsprings of Marika, and depending on your viewpoint, Rani is the daughter of Marika's other personality, or at the very least, is Marika's stepdaughter. However, we have to remember that at one stage, Marika herself was chosen as an Empyrean, and so we aren't sure 100% on the situation surrounding her election to godhood, and so we can't be certain in nailing down the prerequisites of Empyrean status. Yet if I was to go out on a limb, I would say that Empyrean status can be a combination of both blood relation and or potential. With that said, I can't help but think the Glomide Queen would thematically fit within the Eternal Cities, being related to the Numen, Marika's kin. Whether she is directly related to the Queen or not, of course we will look at that potential later. The connections between the Nox, the Numen, and Queen Marika herself are well known to the community at this stage, with the Black Knife Assassin armour telling us the assassins are Numen and kin to Marika, whilst Rogier also refers to them as scions of the Eternal City. And in general, for a history of the Nox, I would recommend both my video on the Eternal Cities and Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the Eternal Empire for two different accounts on the history of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But whatever you believe about the Eternal Cities and the Nox, it is clear that this is a divergent Numen society that very much oppose the Greater Will, as the armour set for the Nox reads the following. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of stars, and their lord of night. So it is clear that these are a people who have acted directly against the Greater Will, leading to their banishment underground. However, as I have already argued, the Godskin apostasy isn't really an attack against the Greater Will, and is more against Marika herself, and it falls within the natural cycles overseen by the Greater Will. However, this is not to say that the Glomide Queen could not have come from these people, either before or after their banishment. And if it did come after, when they were known as the Nox, one cannot help but think they would still get a great joy with laying Marika low and bringing an end to her Age of Plenty. So when looking at the possible connections to the Eternal City, I'd like to look at one of my favourite lore items in the game, the Godskin Swaddling Cloth. And this item reads the following: Sacred Cloth of the Godskin Apostles, made from supple skin sewn together. The Glomide Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of the gods. This has always been a striking image to me, of the Glomide Queen cradling newborn apostles, a scene that Eugenia has incredibly brought to life for this video. From the moment they are born, they are cradled by the Glomide Queen, and this makes it abundantly clear that the Godskins are not regular humans, nor are they recruited. Not only that, but it says that soon they will grow to become the death of the gods, and to me this has always suggested some kind of accelerated growth, and combined that they are apostles from their very birth, leads me to conclude that they are artificial life forms, raised up by the Glomide Queen herself. There is of course a people who are very familiar with creating an artificial life form, the Eternal Cities, and we've discussed this many times in the channel.
Kažeš, mnogo ti se iz nosa.
Sliva.
A, prehlazi se.
Destroy the power core! They're sabotaging the machinery from above. Oh no, you're not. freaks. Leave that power core alone.
We have nothing. Defend yourselves.
I need more power. Arrived just in time. Even if they damage the energy source, the machinery still seems to be.
Kill the stirring one. Destroy the power core.
I have to hold until the main gate opens.
The more you resist, the more of us will come to end your struggle. Forward! We will prevail.
This is getting out of hand.
We are Legion. We are the new mankind. The blind prince is with us.
Whoa.
Bring final peace to the stirring one. We are an unstoppable tide.
Da, tu sam, zvot.
We made it.
Imaš li ideju kako da prebacim u treće lice?
Na dugme. Idi u keybinds. Bukvalno pritiskom na dugme se prebaci. Kontrole keybind, ne bot ti. Bukvalno pritisneš jedno dugme. Nemaš meni poseban za to. Pritisneš dugme i prebaciš. Ko baš hoćeš, ja ću da upotrebim Google umjesto tebe.
Onda nađem, ali ne mogu da nađem.
They have done it! Everybody inside! Hurry! This battle is not over.
Aha.
On me, Daybreakers!
Kaže...
Take them head on!
Camera section of the option menu. Option menu, camera section, view mode.
Aj sad sa bojama, šta je ovo?
Ne. Imaš da namestiš ono kao... Paletu boja imaš da namestiš, to imaju Resident Evil dvojci.
Da mi se u HDR bacio.
Jest. Mene pita svaki put kad ulazim u Resident Evil 2 remake, pita me HDR. Svaki jebeni put me pita.
I mene pita.
Ne jednom, nego svaki put me pita.
Kako sad da izađem iz tog HDR-a?
U opcijama imaš to.
Ti jebem retardirano.
You still haven't redeemed yourself.
There is no redemption for the likes of me.
A mi se baci
Nor
u
do I seek
HDR.
it. I worry, however, about that creeping darkness that plagues your mind.
Znam kako izgleda HDR. Ja sam ga probao jedino na Battlefieldu 1. I izgleda gadno.
Is that so?
Gadno baš. Nisam ja naviku na to.
Sad je kao on. Daj, šta se ovo sjebalo, brate?
Restartuj igru.
Valeria,
Šta si rekao, opcije, pa controls?
Nije
pa
kontrola.
key binding?
Nije kontrola. Nije kontrola. Opcije... Opcije, kamera i view mod.
View mod. Nemam ja to. Movement camera, aiming camera, menu non in movement camera, speed on controller, movement controller, aiming camera, sensitivity with mouse, mouse sensitivity, camera wobble, on off. Nema.
Moment samo. Majku ti spavio. Imaš i posao objašnjenje kako u sred igre da promeniš. Imaš u tom klipu što ste rekao.
Da to ne traži onaj DLC, onaj Winters, znaš.
Mislim da ne, mislim da je bio patch. Kamera... Mislim iz glavnog meni da to moraš da uradiš. Moraš da snimiš igru, da se vratiš u glavni meni i u glavnom meniju možda promeniš. Tako. Piše ti tamo u videu. Linkovo sam ti. Jer moram ja sad da ti govorim šta da radiš, možeš sam da polažeš.
Igramo ovako s prvog, ovo je when select a new game.
Ne, imaš posle, Boris, imaš posle objašnjenje kako u sred igre da promeniš. Samo pogledaj video do kraja. Ili ga premotaj.
A fine item. Thank you very much.
Samo zeo čekaš. Uspjeli.
A nisu. To nema. Nema view. Kod mene ne postoji to.
Moraš da kupiš ekspanziju.
Da se jebavaš.
Ne. Bukvalno sam kucao u Google. Naš engleski koliko je jedan. Resident Evil 8 Village, third person require expansion. I onda ima par tamo upita i kaže to be able to access option. Možda možeš da hakuješ igru, pošto vjerojatno ta opcija postoji u igri, samo je nevidljiva pošto nemaš ekspanziju. Pa hakuj igru, šta ti kažem, ko znaš da kodiraš. Koliko je taj Winter Expansion? Mislim, ne znam, malo je glupo da tako ono prodaje igračima feature. Mislim da možeš da kupiš u Hand Showdown.
Evo probao sam hoda ko retardirana veverica.
Zato što ti je uključen taj kamera wobble kad hodaš da ti trese glavom levo desno. Ma, mora da ima jeftinije na CD ključima na Steamu.
Na CD Key.
Da vidim samo. Ja ga ne bi samo zbog toga uzeo, na Steamu je $15, pardon.
Pa znao, ne može, odvratno mi je. Ne igrivo mi isto, ko igri retardirani Cyberpunk, totalno je kretenska kamera u prvom licu.
To je samo pitanje perspektive, igra je ista. 1400 dinara na CD Keys, da.
Jebe mater da vam jebe mater, pičku da.
kako ti kažem, to je bilo kad sam ja bio dete, znaš, kad sam išao u srednju školu i postoje Sega Dreamcast i svi su igrali igre s PlayStation keca koji su bilo šugava je bila grafika, osim par nekih kao onih RPG-eva da je kao bila malo bolja cinematici i to, ali generalno je bila grafika ogavna, ta 3D, stara grafika. I onda se pojavio PlayStation 2, Sega Dreamcast sa Code Veronikom, sa Virtual Tennisom, sa Virtual Fighterom i čudima. I problem je bio to što nisu uspjeli kao moderi da nađu kao onaj čip, znaš, za kopije. I šta su radili? Napravili su boot disk. I svaki put kada hoćeš da ubaciš piratski disk rezani, od 700 MB, 800 kokoli, a originalni je bio od 1 GB, kada ubaciš 10 kume štima, ubaciš boot disk, sačekaš da bootuje, pojavi se ikonica jelena, ubaciš piratizovani disk, zaklopiš i tako svaki put. Ili kupuješ original. Šta više voliš? Da kupiš original ili da svaki put se jebeš da ubacuješ diskove? Neki ljude nije mrzalo, znaš, što da radi. Ili igraš iz trećeg lica ili kupiš ekspanziju. Ne znam šta ti radi. Ili hakuješ, ne znam, vjerojatno mogu da se hakuju fajlovi igre. Moja pretpostavka.
Kaže, prešao sam na turski Steam.
Misliš nešto ti je napravio novi akaunt?
Da.
I linkovo ti je stare igre na novi akaunt?
Da.
Onda nisi prešao, samo koristiš drugi akaunt. Pa dobro. Nema veze, samo semantika. Kada jedan govnar.
This is it. Now to find the
Kako je to sad?
Zašto? Pa iskupovao sam za 10 € dva stana trku naslova, kasnije mogu ti dati koje.
Not right now. Not happening.
Ma ja imam više nego ti, ali ja sam kupio ovaj novi account je linkovan sa ovim njegove igre. Da, a tako da iz mog tima ja igram te igre. Da, i sad zapravo ja sam te nove igre sa aktivan na ovo sam dodao na staviti.
Linkovo si dva profila uz Nešin pomoć.
Nisam ja, nego mi linkovo Neš.
Pa dobro, rezultat se računa.
To je 1 €. Pa može, ali treba nam neki iskustvo. A ja brate nemam. Ako ih znaš onda ide, mada mi ovo mi je nekako lakše brate, šta znam. A dobro ako si ti je potrebno. nemam ja 5000, ali imam ono oko 200-300 se skupilo iz ovih 10 kupina, mislim da... Znaš šta, ja imam neke drugove sa kojima se družimo skoro 10 kupina i onda mi je kao da izgledam.
I can't do that.
To što ti kažeš isto kao što dosta sad u ovih ljudi u Hunt Community kaže ne sviđa nam se varijanta to što sad moramo da babysitujemo svakog solara koji uđe u kao u trios. Ubiješ čoveka, lutuješ ga, a on ti se ustane jednom. Ti ideš po lampu, on se ustane drugi put. Ako ima dovoljno health chunkov, može i treći put da se ustane i sad imaš opciju da mu postaviš zamku, tipa ono poison bombu, ili onaj koncertina malu žicu na potez i čekaš ga da, znaš, zategne i da umre. Znači moraš da fokusiraš se da ga ono upokojiš ili ideš dalje. To se ljudima sad ne sviđa u Huntu. Samo što ja šta hoćeš, developeri su tako napravili. Plus ono da Solar ima 10 sekundi. Zato što igra sam. Nema 5, već 10 sekundi.
Čaki!
Jesam, no? Ali nemoj još vremena da želim. Ne znam, odmah da sad vremena.
channel before, but for the sake of this video, let us again look at the creations of the Nox when we're trying to discuss the connections to the Godskins. One of the most obvious examples of the Eternal City tampering with life is the Dragonkin soldiers, who we can learn of via the Frozen Lightning incantation, which reads, "The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning," and via the Dragonscale blade, which reads, "Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." While crude, these tortured failures are evidence of the Eternal's proclivity for tampering with life, and if we consider the Noxian interest in alchemy, then the sky's the limit. When we talk of alchemy, we can of course refer to the Celestial Dew, a fate-altering tonic, and the Puppet Draft, again a tonic which manipulates fate to leverage control over living beings. This alchemical manipulation could have potentially ended up in the creation of the Silver Tears. In a cut quest which has been recreated by Nolan, there was a Silver Tear by the name of Asimi who we could dialogue with. We would essentially take this Asimi into our body so she could begin to copy our form, whilst apparently granting us power. If we came to the Eternal Cities, Asimi would name this her home. Then, while at the Eternal Cities, she would mention that there is a chalice nearby, the cradle of her kind. The Silver Tears are liquid in nature, and of course a chalice contains liquid, and to me it suggests that the Silver Tears were born of alchemical manipulation by the Nox, and given their purpose, they can mimic the form of other creatures, we could speculate that these beings were created so they could mimic the form of a Lord of Night. And although this is cut content, the presence of the Silver Tears all over the Eternal Cities, for me implies that this is still the implication, that the Silver Tears were created by the Eternal Cities. And this is why we actually see Silver Tears fighting alongside the Nox. The Albinaurics are also potentially tied as creations of the Nox via a cut dialogue from Tops, who would have directly named them as creations of the Eternal Cities. And given the Nox's predilection for manipulating life, again the Albinaurics could well have been a creation of theirs to try and create an artificial Lord of Night, although again that is just speculation. But in general, there's a lot of evidence pointing to the Nox and the Eternal Cities as the birthplace of many forms of artificial life. So with that in mind, let us look at the actual physiology of the Godskins themselves. They are pale-skinned like malleable clay, much like the Albinaurics and Silver Tears, and all of the Godskins look identical in appearance, like clones. Also, like the Silver Tears and the silver weapons of the Nox, the Godskin Apostles are malleable, able to stretch out and contort in unusual manners. Again, just reinforcing the fact that these are not natural beings. There's of course the lore of the swaddling cloth that we have already looked at, suggesting that the Glowmide Queen rears every single one from birth. And I hope that even if you don't agree with the Eternal City connection, that we can all agree that these are not natural beings. These are not just humans who have been recruited into a movement. There's also another potential connection between the Godskin Apostles and the Eternal City, and this is the death of E.G. And this is something I've talked about in other videos, but upon the completion of Ranni's questline, her vassals are assaulted by Black Knife assassins. Both E.G. and Blythe have the corpses of Black Knife assassins surrounding them, and yet, curiously, E.G. is also burning in the black flame. Not the red flame of death and death, but the black, god-slaying flame of the Godskins. Now, some have argued that this may be a mistake, and it was meant to be the red flame. Yet I feel this would have been corrected in a patch if it was, like the Dusk-Eyed Queen being removed from the Godslayer Greatsword in the patch. So what does this actually mean? Well, if they are both connected to the Eternal Cities, then perhaps it is a hit squad, organised by the Eternal Cities. reasonings for this assault is something I've gone over in more detail in my Night of the Black Knights video. But in short, I feel like Ranni left the Black Knight assassins high and dry, and we even find Electo, the leader, imprisoned in Ranni's Everjail up on Moonlight Altar. So Ichi's death is a curious one, but if the Godskins are creations of the Eternal Cities, then this hit, the combined force of Black Knight assassins and the Godskins, could well make sense. Aside from the creation of the Godskins potentially being linked to the Eternal City, there are some other possible loose allusions that could be used to connect the Glowmide Queen herself to the Eternal City culture. One of these is the fact that I have long believed that the Eternal...
Pitaš se sam to? Kao što rekao, to je običan kamera hack. I ti si već skinuo sve što ti treba da bi to radilo, samo jednostavno tu opciju nisi imao dok nisi
Downloadovo je 6,5 giga.
6,5 giga, to ti onda kampanju downloadao, čutno. Mada, inače sam gledao kad ljudi uzmu pa modeli su predno godinu dana kao kako izgleda Etanovo lice. U suštini da bi zbog frame rate-a i ne znam zbog čega. Zato što ti kad igraš iz prvog lica kamera ti je smeštena otprilike u očima, znaš. Da ne bi smetala kao glava, kad pomeraš kao iz prvog lica, bukvalno su otkinuli glavu u modelu. I kamera ti stoji kao na telu, ali nemaš glave. Bukvalno kamera ledi na mjestu gdje bi trebalo da bude glava. I sa tim kao patchom koji su radili za tu Winters ekspanziju, bukvalno su vratili nazad kao model glave i drugačija kamera izgleda, da.
Sve na maks učeno.
Am I?
Yes, it must be. How could it not?
I met your kind before.
Yes, I am a Nazareth. Arim claws at the edge of our world. It will not be long before he clambers from the earth.
Then let's make our way.
Certainly. We will need to take care of guardians. Follow the...
Dobro. Don't break the circle. Don't break the circle. Don't break the circle. Don't break the circle.
se ne više. Da. Znam. To je njegov gobar. A, dao mu već, a? A kako je ono, majko?
Šta je kovio?
Pademo u drvo.
Šta je ovo?
Moj drug je nabavio, pademo u...
O, to je ono.
Molim? Kaži.
Inače,
Pa ja mislim da nije. Mislim, možeš kad si tam. Kad si tam, ona može.
I need more power.
Da?
Why? It's not possible. He's away. Me too is welcome. I need more power.
Ne,
Pa,
koliko da sam?
Da prdneš.
I need more power.
Novo sedmiš.
Vuci riječ!
Ilija,
Jel ti to nešto s mojim kumom, a? Sve je red, ne moraš da prenosiš ništa, ne interesuje. 069714622. Kome treba?
Pa šta je kume dže zapelo? A nisi pomislio možda malo efekt iz PC-a i ono... Malo efekt izvučni sa PC-a kada bi te jebavo, a ti pizdi.
Nema to veze. Bitan je princip. Da misli sad nešto da počne da priča na nemačkom, da zvuči kao Hitler. A sad treba da mutiramo, Nenad.
Što se srdiš i jediš?
A, Nenad.
Se bre srdiš i jediš.
Kad je, ona zlatna vremena kad je Nenad trolovo dok je igrao Hans Schoden. Kad nađe Hitlera govor pa im pusti, znaš. To je koji kad reportovao, a Nenad, zbog toga.
Ne čujem te više.
Jel te ikad iko reportovao u Hunt community-u zato što si im puštao preko voice chata onaj Hitlerov govor?
Ne.
Ne, navikli su na tako toksično ponašanje.
Govor na voice chatu.
Da nisam puštao Hitler, nego se puštao.
Odmutiri me na kanalu da ne pričam.
Onda moje sećanje je dosta...
Od Regana sam puštao.
Od Ronalda Reagana si puštao govor.
Bravo.
Ja se ne sjećam baš toga.
Ovo sam puštao.
Da čujem.
Dobro, kratko, nemoj da pričamo pola sata o tome, imamo nešto pivo.
Co to był za świat, ten, w którym Eredin nie mógł was znaleźć?
Nie uwierzyłbyś, gdybym ci powiedziała.
Stój.
A dlaczego myślisz, że potrzebuję...
Gówno!
I...
Gówno!
I...
Na razie.
No.
Ciri, nie zgrywaj się.
Mówiłam, że nie uwierzysz.
Ema. To stvarno nije. Jebavo.
A to ti je Kešo. Kešo.
To the kind of hero I spoke of.
Ja ne znam.
We're told that on his body was found.
Koliko majka. Osim pušti.
Ne znam, nešto je temu.
Ne. Što nek ne znam.
A gde sme da vas mrzi, se odmah nadrkaš, jebote, pičku materinu.
Ja sam be vaš gospodar, be šta hoćete.
Stvarno nije u redu, nadrkaš se bre za sitnicu, jebote, kako sme da te mrzi.
Jesam...
Nego kume, reci ti, kako si ti meni? Jesi počeo da piješ pa si ozdravio ili... Pa ja ti kažem što je lijek.
must move quickly. Harriman's instruments have to be close.
Good coffee. Kad igram ovako grind i...
Ovdje je malo čudan ovaj village, jebote, ne mogu da uzem, otvorio sam fioku tu na početku, u nekoj kući, vidim kanap.
Da.
I ne mogu da uzem taj kanap, ne znam.
Ilija, jesi vidio šta pušta?
Šta će ti kanap? Vidio sam regano govor. Ako ti Capcom nije smislio da ti taj kanap treba, šta će ti kanap?
Elen,
Ti čuo kako mi radi?
Go, pevam nemačku himnu.
Nemačku himnu?
Ilija, ti čuo kako mi radi?
Rekao si da ti radi dobro. To se sećam pre nego što si skinuo ti 6 GB.
Ići sve u 4K, sve na max 180
A dobro, ali kako ti sviđa igra osim što radi sve u full?
Pa deluje mi za sada vrlo sviđa.
I toliko ti razliku pravi samo kamera.
Ma mnogo bolje.
A šta ako bismo bacili opciju Hand Showdownu da možeš da baciš kameru iz trećeg lica?
Ne, to mi nije, pucačine mi nisu, ali ovo...
Kako ljudi igraju Fortnite i...
Cyberpunk je katastrofa isto urađena.
U Warzonu isto imaš kameru.
U prvom licu
iz trećeg lica.
Znaš?
Da.
Znam, nego Cyberpunk je katastrofa, znači odvratno je urađeno kretanje.
Iz prvog lica?
Da, odvratno, radije bi ga iz trećeg lica.
A zato što se karakter previše brzo kreće, skače, leti, udara...
Nekako sve poskakuje, sve je nešto... Kako je ovdje rešeno snimanje pozicije?
Kako je rešeno?
Da, jel ima neki kao gadget ono koji kucaće mašinu u onome?
Imaš pisaću mašinu. Ne mogu da setim da li imaš one inkove. To me ne pita, zaboravio sam.
Moram da idem do prodavnice, radi do 9.
Pička i materina.
Pa ne, prodavnica radi dokle radi prodavnica, nema tu vlada. Idi dok si mlad.
Čime da te piklokujem jebote, ma imam ali nije mi
ušao si u selo, onaj prvi deo, jeli?
U prvu kuću, da.
Nema, naćiš kasnije lockpick, vratit ćeš se u to. Imaš da nađeš male kao lockpickove, to ti je za jednokratnu upotrebu. Negdje ima amunicije, negdje ima biljka.
Na Facebooku iskočio snimak kako lik piklokuje one najskuplje kazanice.
Dobro. Na koga mislimo, na? Onaj advokat, jeli? Što ima YouTube kanal, jel taj? Pickpocket lawyer.
I poslo je ovo fabrici i Oni su ga blokirali.
Što su ga blokirali? Poslao im je kao klip ili obijenu bravu, tako?
Da, klip kako obija njih tamo.
Što su ga blokirali?
Kako samo uzeo za ušku.
Pa čekaj, ako ja tebi pokažem da tvoj sistem ne valja, pa ti ne treba da me blokiraš, ti treba da me zaposliš, brate, razumeš? I da me pitaš, dobro, ima grešku kako to da popravim. Razumeš? Jesi čuo za onaj britanski onaj tank, kako ga zovu, Firefly, na kraju Drugog svjetskog rata što su ga Britanci izbacili, Churchill, kako li je već.
Idem sa ovom malo prodavnici. Čujemo se posle. Hoćeš ti igrati Nenad kasnije ono čudo?
Britanci su ukrali od Nemaca, od nemačkih inženjera.
Ukrali su nemački inženjera?
Da, nekako je uspela britanska obavještajna služba da doturi nemačke kontraobavještajne planove kao britanskog tenka. A taj tank je bio go kurac. I onda su inženjeri tamo nemački uzeli da pišu, ne znam, zameniti motor za taj i taj. Ne znam, bukvalno profesionalna deformacija. Ljudi su počeli da prave beleške kako bi trebalo tank srediti da bude, da služi svrsi.
Da valja.
Da, znači sve ono što ne valja su počeli da, pišu zabeleške da bi britanski OSS u to vreme uspio da ukrade te papire, te nacrte i da vrati nazad u Britaniju i oni preko tih papira uzmu i naprave taj tank. Kaže, kad neko toliko dobro radi svoj posao. I više nego dobro. Mislim, ti planovi nikad nisu, to ti kao reverse engineered. Oni su bukvalno dobili iz fotografije ili šta već i podatke o tom kao tenku britanskom i da su tražili kao kakve ima slabosti. Ima mnogo slabosti.
Bileki nije dobar.
Da, tonaža nije dobra, motor previše slab, tipa, ne znam, rupa gde treba da ide antena nije na dobrom mestu ili nije dobro dizajnirana. Oni su sve to sredili, razumeš, po zabeleškama. Nisu napravili jedan prototip, ali su po zabeleškama ispravili su sve tehnološke nedostatke koje su britanski inženjeri nisu znali srede. I ovi su ih ukrali te zabeleške, britanska kontraobavještajna i uspeli su da pobegnu s njima nazad za Britaniju i s tim su doneli su fabrici i napravili su tank takav kakav jeste. Ali nije ušao u operativnu upotrebe, već je bio kraj rata, razumeš. Možda su napravili, ne znam, par komada, jednu seriju, nešto. Ali, kad si previše dobar o tome što radi, znaš, za svoje dobro. Čekaj. Ako imaš drugi monitor da vidiš, vidiš OSS, Stove, German, Plans.
The battlefield out to no man's land to support.
They sent tanks. They
pressed by
had manufactured a couple of different models, but they never used them significantly as
the British military. But a group of young officers remain adamant tank supporters, insisting they can be a game changer, but only
Yeah. Post?
Tamo malo da nađem. Teško je naći ovako po sećanju stvari. Treba po ključnim nečima da nađem šta ću reći. How German engineering genius backfired so badly. Nije to. Firefly. Mislim da je Firefly. Firefly.
Da nije onaj...
Stolen. Germans. Nije mouse. Mouse je sranje, protip.
Ima be onaj isto. Love. Jel kako mu beše? Isto treba neki mali tank. Laki tank.
Ne.
The stories of World War II are characterized by human valor, The stories of World War II are characterized by human valor, horrific atrocity of the tank. For combat, the Tiger would have been quite a sight to behold. Next, we've got a word that so often gets used to describe the Tiger: over-engineered. The tank was a serious feat of design and development, and this showed on the battlefield. But while complex problems lead to complex solutions, the reverse is also true, especially once these solutions start breaking.
Sad ću ga naći ovako, British tanks, World War II.
This channel is part of the History Hit network.
The 20th century saw the dawn of a new type of...
In
1942 Europe, he thought it could be easily modified to carry a unit.
Its unique wrist. Churchill unusually ran the track all the engineers needed, both while fighting from the tank or perform tasks, but not useful when the
tank was the answer to the problems.
And rig it as a mock engineer tank and then to demonstrate it. He set it up, he said to the officials on, and get through the obstacles we couldn't do.
An armoured vehicle began. 180 were available for the...
The petard mortar was an ingenious device. It enabled a huge projectile to be fired from a tank, something which the normal tank gun could not do because the recoil from firing 40 pounds of weapon onto a target would take a normal tank gun out of the back of the turret. So although it had limited range of maybe 75 to 100 yards, it was probably the most effective way of demolishing a building from within a tank that any of the armies possessed at that point. A tank that was by hand.
Tactician.
He was sophisticated, and he set about overseeing the invention of techniques and adaptations. Was put in.
So unusual, they became known as Hobart's Funnies.
It had so many variants. Give it in the fabric on go. It was this great big bundle of material.
Comet. Ja mislim ili Comet ili Cromwell, koji je?
The stories of World War II are characterized by human valor, horrific atrocity, and geopolitical shifts on an unprecedented scale. But there's something else too: technology. Tech has been part of warfare since ancient times, like the German Panther and Russian Dynamic. Fully supplied meters in length, substantially smaller than the Tiger, although her height, while the formidable
Ne znam, ako nađem opet tu priču, poslat ću ti. Ima mnogo stvari koje su dokumentovane i koje su ono i tačne i nisu tačne i sad me pitaš za specifičnu stvar. Imaš ono, Poljaci su imali jednu četu gdje im je bila maskota medved. Čuo si za tu priču. Onda ima druga priča. Ima druga priča da je finski vojnik u, ja mislim, beše Drugom svjetskom ratu, da su, znaš da su, ono kad su davali nemačkim vojnicima one amfetamine.
Da.
To znaš. Oni su to zvali kao enhanceri, kao
Čokolade!
Pojačivači kao budnosti. Ali ništa drugo nego narkotici. Znaš, amfetamin.
Ja volim čokoladu.
I to je trebalo da pojedeš jednu ili pola dnevno. Ovaj se bio smrzavo Finac i kako su im dali, nemački vojnici dali su im bili, znaš, kanistare toga, kao slučaj nužde, ovaj je uzeo bio šaku toga. Šaku jednu. Umjesto jednu tabletu uzeo je šaku koliko je stalo i proguta. Kažu 3 dana je skio. 3 dana je skio. Poslije 3 dana je završio, čini mi se, 100 km unutar ruske teritorije. I uspio da se vrati nekako kući, da se spoji sa četom. A kao šta je radio u šumi i kakve je halucinacije imao, ne zna ni on sam. Navodno je prošao kroz 2-3 nemačka logora, kroz par ruskih. Kaže, nije stajao, samo je skio. 3 dana je skio. Nije znao da je. To možda googlaš ako hoćeš. Čekaj, to je jedna od zabavnih priča. Ja ti nisam našao tu o tenku, ali ovo je isto zabavno. Finish. Soldier. Ček. Evo ti.
You may have heard of German soldiers using the substance pervitin during World War II. It was a drug that came in little tablets that, when consumed, would increase the soldier's alertness, decrease his desire for sleep and food, and overall boost his mood and take his mind off the horrors of war. And this was all thanks to the amazing power of meth. You may have heard of German soldiers using the substance pervitin during World War II. It was a drug that came in little tablets that, when consumed, would increase the soldier's alertness, decrease his desire for sleep and food, and overall boost his mood and take his mind off the horrors of war. And this was all thanks to the amazing power of meth. Yes, pervitin was methamphetamine, which in small doses was a useful tool for soldiers as it provided the aforementioned effects. However, larger doses started to present problems. Agitation, irritability, sleeplessness, hallucinations, delirium, psychosis. Hell, you probably don't need me to tell you why meth is bad. You've more than likely heard stories of meth binges where the user doesn't sleep for days and is completely off their gourd the entire time. Wrestler X-Pac was a meth addict for years and has told a story of a particular time when he took meth and stood in one spot for 2 or 3 days until someone found him. His feet had swelled so much that they burst open his boots. So today I will tell you a tale of a World War II soldier accidentally overdosing on pervitin during combat and ending up alone in the freezing Russian countryside where he had to survive for 2 weeks, all the while tripping balls on meth. Born in 1917, Aimo Koivunen was a Finnish soldier in World War II. Despite eventually fighting against the Nazis, in 1941 Finland unofficially allied with the Germans against their common enemy, the Soviet Union. In 1944, Aimo Koivunen found himself on ski patrol in Murmansk Oblast, Russia. The unit had been on the move almost non-stop for 2 days.
Pronto?
That was the last of it. You should be able to break through the barrier now.
It has begun. I can feel it. Araman's fury rises with each passing second.
second. Let us press on.
Now quick, we must reach the conflux. It's not possible.
No, you must reach the conflux. More of Ahriman's servants will come.
Thank you, Anissa.
And ascended.
Yes?
Do not fail.
Can't do that. The beams of the sleeper, the aberrant and the puppeteer converge here. The conflux is near. I did my part. Gunners, this journey ends now.
One final push. Victory is at hand.
What is that?
The abyssal portal. It is opening.
We'll secure the area. You do your thing.
The searing song be with us. Even if you won, she would fall into the abyss. Sister is gone. The Hellion is gone. This is all pointless. Fury's ascent is nigh. Summon it. There is no
Tu ili?
Da, izvoli.
Pustio sam na YouTube.
Džaba si pustio bije zadnjeg bossa od ove igre. Znači, može za jedno 2 minuta ću pogledati. Bukvalno zadnji boss.
It's over, child. He has won.
It's working. The portal is waning.
Pacification awaits us all. Stand! The portal got out of control. You can't prevent his coming now.
Anathea protects this world. Shield yourself in her lights.
Jebote, kad vidim biljke u saksijama i dođe mi da pokupim ko u Aha.
PTSD, a?
His gift has made us unstoppable.
Can't manage that right.
No. This is edge.
Good for selling.
It's over, children.
Gunez. Almost there.
Si rekao nešto, nisam čuo.
To ćemo da vidimo gdje si ti. Ja sam davno igrao Resident Evil Village.
Halo?
Gdje šta?
Aha.
Jeste?
Jesi,
Da si
ajko,
ima.
Drakuloviću.
There's more.
Evo, gledao seriju.
Derva.
A vidiš cinematik ti je iz trećeg lica, ako nisi primetio. Cinematik ti je iz trećeg lica i onda ga kao prebaci opet u kao prvo. A kao okej, ajde. U redu. What's up, pick up the phone. Yo, shorty, what's up? Yeah, pick up the phone, man.
Odgrize mi pola ruke neki debil.
To ti se samo čini.
Jeste bre.
Ma kaki. Itan je Rambo jebote, ne možemo ništa to. Komedija.
Ojačiti nove ruke.
Bukvalno.
Brate, ovog nikad ubiti jebate.
Ove šta igraš treće lice? Je li je bolje igra od trećem licu? Izgleda da je bolje igra.
Ista je igra, razumeš, samo što je više na nivou Resident Evil 2 remake.
Ne znam, nekako mi je iz prvog lica sve skakutavo, odvratno.
Zato što ima head bobbing, znaš. Kad igraš iz prvog lica, ima uključen onaj head bob. Znaš, kad igraš Deep Rock Galactica, ti ono kamera skače s jednog na drugo rame. To mu uključeno.
A i Cyberpunk je užasno odvratan iz prvog lica, odvratno su ga uradili. Pa evo ti Dracula, ide na YouTube, vidi kako izgleda.
A vidim, gledam, zato
aha, tu si, niste čuo, da sam je napadao pa mi je brištilo.
Zato vidim treće vrati lice, znam da sam igrao, da sam testirao.
Skino sam, morao sam kupiti DLC da bi radilo.
Inače, ne znam da li si primetio da je kamera malo tvrda.
Jest.
Zato što je bukvalno urađeno naknadno, znaš. Karakter se kreće malo, nisu teče animacije kao ako si gleda Resident Evil 2 remake kada sam ja igrao. Nije tako kamera.
Ovo su dodatno stavili, jasno. Ali ti kako izgleda igra, stvarno ove teksture, grafike, kuće, kako izgleda, brutalno.
Ne, brutalno, paziš je ovo 4K sve nadrkano na maksiju. Kako da se popne na taj tavan, nikako.
Pa ideš bre na kapiju, čovječ.
Ti bi na tavan da se popneš.
Ideš bre na kapiju koju ti
Bolt
gledaš.
cutters.
Da.
Ali ovdje nisam bio još da vidiš šta ima. Nešto se ovdje kuva.
Nešto se ovdje dešava što meni nikako nije jasno.
Očigledno ništa.
Oh well, keep looking then.
To najosla.
Kira, zamolio bi te da se smiriš. Aj, Resident Evil, ovo mora da istražiš svaki kutak jebote na ekranu, znači.
Pa ti ne moraš.
Pa, bilo bi poželjno, jeli?
Bilo bi dobro da možeš.
Excellent. Come back soon.
It's not possible.
Svinja jedna srati.
Popadaju me neke karakonđule jebote, šta je ovo?
A profitable transaction for both parties.
Please, look around.
Svinja!
A marš bre u pizdu materinu.
Kako možda dišeš?
Kako možeš to da radiš?
Gledaj.
Don't forget about me, adventurer. Yes?
Yes, yes.
palace district. What are you looking for? A new weapon, perhaps?
Ovaj
Tell
radi
your
opet
friends,
polude.
Mojave stand in the palace district.
Gems are addictive. You'll be back soon enough.
Radio poludo. %, często dodge. Aj, dobro. I can live with that. Pola tih lokacija ti je zaključano u startu, da bi se kasnije vremenom dobio ključ ili neki item s kojim možeš da pristupiš tome. Da nećeš možda, predrage, da igraš onaj... A možda i ne. Isto ću ti reći što si ti rekao Resident Evil 2, ne moraš svakog neprijatelja da ubiješ, znaš. Više će ti ostati municije za poslije. Ovo posle da mi kažeš nema metaka. Nije im predviđeno da utepaš sve što mrda.
I sad kaže survive the attack.
Just. Imaš da se šetaš kroz tu oblast i da pokupiš municiju. Imaš municiju, čini mi se, onom malom tunelu, imaš municiju u sanducima. Brate, šta je ovo? Ne želim.
Gle koliko ih dolazi vremena. Nema šanse ja ovo da prođem.
Ovo ne je zagličao tamo. Može. Slušaj me, što ću ti reći pažljivo. Ne moraš sve da ubiješ.
A ja znam da ne mogu, ali ne znam gde da bežim
na
i
krov,
oni me prate.
Na krov. Treba samo da izdržiš dovoljno dugo, da te ne ubiju.
Samo 2 metka imam. Da, sad nemam ni sačmaru i sad ne znam gde sam je.
Nazvat si onu kolibu gde si bio.
Neko će malo Back for Blooda.
Može.
To mi reci, to mi kaži, to me slaži. Stranger! Hello, stranger. Nazad po krv. Back to blood. Done. Yes. Stavimo vamo. Jep, štip, tip, double. Jo, ne to, vrati. Zaboravio sam nešto da uradim. Iskreno.
I ovdje ima Don Povder.
Ima.
To je sjajno.
Zašto izmisliti točak kad točak postoji? Ne znam da li sam bio jasno.
Čekaj sada, ako te ne mrzi, stisnuo sam mapu. D, taj krov što ti kažeš da bi trebalo pomegnem.
Zvonik. Nije zvonik, krov jebeni. Krov, imaš merdevine koje vode na krov. Ali znaju oni da se popnu na krov, to su kao nekakvi, kao vukodlaci.
A ovdje merdevine vode dole, što se vide na mapi sad.
Vidiš i ono dvorište desno, vidiš dvorište?
Da.
Kad malo pomeriš od te kuće, severo, gdje mu to dođe, na 2 sata ili na 3 sata od te kuće da si trenutno, ima jedno dvorište. Možda uđeš unutra i da ih čekaš u tom dvorištu.
Tu gdje sad držim miš?
Da, ako se dobro sećam, možda se uđe tu. Ali pre toga pokupi malo municije kroz te kuće, samo protrči kroz te kuće i pokupi što možeš municije i barut. I sačmanicu. Pokupi šta god možeš i samo trčkare. Ne treba, kako ti objasnim, kako mi napravio tako da koliko god ih ubiješ, nebitno je. Bitno je vreme, ima neki sat interni koji gleda koliko...
A šta ovo, prašno, mogu da rasturim ili...
Možeš da, ako pukneš u brašno, digneš, a sačekaj da ti neko priđe. Bra, instant je to radio.
I heard where you're going. We should talk.
Ajde, Pedro, predruži se. Join me or die.
Ipak mi se ugaši.
Gasit se komp.
A da, ono, žabe što smo prebacio 10. Zato će sada radi. Jel ponekad neće da detektuje da mi je isključen drugi monitor preko ovog start dugmeta i p. Kao i ono, dalje se vodi ta konekcija.
Heard you're making quite a name for yourself.
I onako...
Vidiš, ja nemam problem sa ovom igrom. Meni se dešava kad igram 2D igre koje radi u 30 frame-ova, razumeš? Dešava mi se da bukvalno zakuca komp i zamrzne desktop, moram da ga restartujem. U 2D igrama koje rade na 30 frame-ova. Zato što one rade na jako malom frame rate-u, a drugi monitor mi radi normalno. I onda kad to se iskombinuje, to je bukvalno bug sa driverima, ja mislim. Mislio sam pročitao na MD-ovu forumu. A i što se tebi dešava na...
They'll never let you down. Unless you run out of bullets.
Probaj da namamiš te govnare sa... Imaš ručnu bombu, neđe, si pokupio?
Ne.
Jebi ga, bjež ono dvorište, gdje sam ti rekao.
Ko zna gdje sam ja sad, u pičku materiju.
U životu nisam vidio dezorientisan čovjeka, preko reke.
Opet sam se vratio...
Znam da si se vratio, napravi si krug. Reci mi, bez ljutnje, šta si bio u vojsci, koji rod?
Koji krenuo, nemoj Snake odmah na to.
A ne, pitan ga, ček, šta je bio, jel bio izviđač?
A jebate, s tobom čovjek ne može...
Bio sam i ja, ali sam znao gdje sam u prostoru. Obišao si krug kuće, vratio si se u istu kuću.
Nisu svi ljudi isti Snake.
Nisam ja bio izviđač, ja sam bio vezista.
Nebitno šta si bio, nemoj tako. Imaj obzira malo.
Ali sam bio dosta dobar po tom pitanju.
Sutra kad bi trebao nekom da objašnjavaš nešto na poslu ili šta već negdje.
Ili ja ga ubio.
Znam, pa ubio bi ga. Takav sam i ja što neče, ali stanem sebi, ne. Ko je? Nemoj.
Namam ih na tu bure, to sam zaboravio ti kažem. Što više, gledaj, da se što više njih primakne bure, to okini u bure metak i dićiš ih u vazduh. Nema jednog jebih. Okej.
Helta više.
Inače, skupe je to što ispravljeno. Imaš barota od njih, čuješ me?
Gdje si, kuker?
To... Čekaj. Nisi uspio. Ima dve animacije. Jedna ti je ova kad te ovaj ubije, a druga animacija ti je... Inače, ima velika razlika između Resident Evil 2, remake i ovoga. Ovdje možeš da blokiraš udarce neprijatelja sa ono space, znaš, čini mi se da je space. Kad to uradiš bukvalno kao radi mnogo manji damage.
Čekaj da vidim Snake, da li ima mesta od... Ima.
Join Rakul.
Join us. Hello boys. What's up? Nice.
Kad ubijaš te vukovake, šta su te divlje ljude? Imaš da dobijaš baru. Hello boys, what's up?
Hello, go. Oh no.
Freaked out to the max.
To ja, eto, joinula sam se. Ovo su oni likovi što smo s njima, znaš, skakali ono.
Oh, Isidro. Welcome to my channel.
Da, a i vidim da imaš nož. Čujem te, Draco, snima Snižović. Yes, papers, please.
And it never runs out of bullets.
Ajde, hoćeš li uzeti jebe?
Found some intel.
Nice. Thank you. Leđi.
Dakle, taj jeben ga usta ga jeben.
No free hugs.
To čeka da nisi normalno.
Šta je ovo? Ko je ovo difficult? Nightmare.
Ti si još...
Kažem, nisu normalni, ono brate, Nightmare igri. We are coming. Ovi kidaju Nightmare, brate. Vidiš razliku između veterana i brate Nightmare?
Wait, do you want us to dupe shit? Anybody has something to equip? Oh, you don't have like the bag. Fine.
Pa ima metalne delove, zašto neće mi prebaciti sad ovo inventar?
Who je?
Unlucky this map.
I think I played every map.
Pokupio sam malo pre, gde su?
Eto ti crafting, vidiš? Možda si poginuo bio, Boris.
Voli se single player ga nisu već pogiraš čovječ.
Pokupio sam kurac izgleda.
Kad si, prema si poginuo, pokupio si.
Ma sad sam malo pre negdje izudarao nešto i dao mi je...
Dobro, izaberi municiju i stavi craft. Alo?
Alo?
Otvori inventar, na dugme pritisni inventar. Možda craftuješ municiju s barotom i tim metalnim delovima, zapiši to.
A jebote, ovo je mnogo sjebano, brate mili.
Ne treba...
Ajde bre, pomeri se u kurac bre! Jebem ti mater retardiranu, ti jebem mater retardiranu.
Ne nadem.
Kurac, sad sam ovdje.
Šta?
Molim te.
Kako ja mogu da mu pomognem?
Može.
Ja mislim nešto da...
Može.
Nisi taj Nenade.
I know. You couldn't dream of going without me. Smart choice.
ali nema šanse ja ovdje proći. Ja sam toliko retardiran bre za ovo, znači... Gunpowder, pa šta mi ne prikazuješ to u inventaru? Šta da radim s tim?
Klikni na municiju, vidiš li ti, ej. Alo, klikni na metke dole. Mišem, klikni na metke. Hoćeš li?
Da.
A,
Dobro, i?
klikneš na metke. Ne u inventaru, nego na taj crafting menu, klikneš na municiju. Evo, napravi si još. Napravi još ako ti treba.
Kako da napravim?
Pa već si napravio. Malo pre si kliknuo, pojavilo se umjesto 13, imaš 28 metaka, vidiš. Sad pricni Q da se vratiš u inventar.
Jesam ih čekaš sebe.
Kako je napravio čovjek. Viš da imaš 30 metaka za pištolj.
Damn, what's that smell?
Vidiš?
Reminds me of my brother's closet.
Vidim.
U istom tom meniju praviš onaj te boce
This is
za
Rover
healing.
2. Over.
It was possibly a mistake to have kept you all in the dark, but I couldn't allow panic to spread amongst the community. I'd been receiving reports of anomalies and mutations among the ridden for a few weeks before the resurgence. Originally, I considered them tall tales, but the frequency of them became worrying. Then, smaller settlements stopped responding to our hails. My decisions up to that point are something I'll have to live with. But I did what I did in the best interests of our people. But right now, it's imperative that you keep Rogers alive. He's not only our best hope for winning, but possibly our survival.
I know.
You are really talented at turning trash into, well, anything.
Learn from the best. My own grandpa. Every summer I'd come out and we'd spend hours in the garage restoring some rust bucket. Got real good at using my hands.
So, how'd you go from that to becoming a firefighter?
Both are in my blood. But I wanted to save people more than I wanted to save things. That's why I'm out here with you. You really thought you did something.
Služi, liho mami.
Thanks, Doc. Meds.
Nothing to worry about.
Found some supplies. Check it out.
This better be good.
Molotov here. Now I'm packing heat.
Oh well.
There.
Now or never.
Not this time, Bird.
Keep bleeding.
That's
Gonna check
Sarga.
this place out.
Heads up.
Bravo, sad još i na konjima.
Ne, to je kraj, uspeo si.
It's too dark.
Čuješ li me? Uspeo si, to je kraj.
I'm going to regret this.
Nice try.
Bolje da su stavili no hope.
Something sniper. To je kraj, da.
Kraj igre već.
Ne, već kraj toga eventa.
Grizli mi dva prsta. Jedali me.
A ništa ne brini. Ništa ne brini, staćeš bez pola ruke.
Ništa ne brini, čovjeka. Ne, to je okej. Kura mi glaviće, grizli.
Koja tu igre još ima tako? Ja mislim recimo svaki, ne znam koji još igrima ima tako bolest.
Outlast.
To je Quake uradio 4. Otkinuti noge i vrate ruke i onda postaneš robot. Mislim, dodaj...
Robot, da, robot. Je baba otličala ništa. Ima i jedna vrata, čini mi se iza nje, ali mislim, ne znam da možda prođeš tuda.
I'll be taking that.
Do you want bandages?
You're interested? Bandages here.
That's okay.
Need to find the
Mogu da ti kažem taktike za bossove i za to, ali što se tiče istraživanja, bolje da te pustim da sam istražuješ.
Now you could have quite the party there. You really thought you did something?
Reloading!
Gave them a run for their money that time.
What trouble did they cause?
Would you look at that?
I'm being eaten, but... Nice.
The deadest event!
Hey, what the fuck do we need?
Splat!
Is it this? 2 minutes.
So high. Can anyone see where we are?
Lights on.
Okay.
Mislim da možda ideš pored te reke. Močvara. Fucking slump.
Don't want to catch an infection.
Come on, this way. Let's not stick around to see if they come back.
Is this Resident Evil 4 maybe? Ne, Dracula. Dracula, mi smo igrali one hajvove. Kraterima. Kratiš mapu. Glorious review. Son of a fucking bitch. I didn't see him. Didn't see him.
Good looking out, kid.
Can I take your grenade?
This space? This is my great
You'll be needing this. You're in my way. Duck down!
Oh, you got killed by this guy also. Interesting. Very interesting. Nice enemy. Good game design. Not really.
Is it over?
Wow. I'm getting killed by the AO.
Thanks, Doc.
Okay, let's not do that anymore.
You wanna try bandage?
Toolkit here should help.
Bandages! Birds.
Don't worry about it.
Ne, dao sam mu ja.
Not really ideal conditions for treatment.
Patching myself up.
I really took a beating back there. Thanks, Doc.
Mine now. I thought we'd never get out of there.
Htio da zviždaš pes.
Keep bleeding! Reloading!
Going in.
Here, let me help.
Thanks.
Snimaš u crkvi ako se ja dobro sećam.
Look, there.
Back it up. I can use that.
Ima i toga.
Your flesh and blood burn.
Come on, show what you made. If we can get to that prepper stash, we'll be in great shape. First aid cabinet. Might want to patch yourself up. Get the fuck out of my face. What do you think of it?
They're all over me. Found some intel.
solid-state cabinet here. AR here.
Imaš M4 ovdje.
That's mine.
Grenade!
Where's the grenade?
Yeah, use it.
Wanna close the door?
You can have this. I could use 2 of these twice daily.
Done.
Može i to
now.
If I ever see another can of
We
tuna
can do
again,
that. Nice.
Šta je fotomod, jebate?
Zaustaviš igru i napraviš slike. Stvarno ovaj Gardi kao da je rođen pre 300 godina, ono kao sve za kompjuter. To svaka jebena konzola, svaka jebena konzola od Xboxa do PlayStationa ima jebeni, nego imaju taj jebeni fotomod.
GTA, prvi je GTA počeo.
Da pritisneš escape, odeš u fotomod, on ti pauzira igru i onda okreneš kameru. Ne što vidiš, imaš da okreneš kameru, full.
Gdje god hoćeš.
Full da okreneš kameru i slikaš. Zašto ne znam, ti mi reci, eto kao ružno
bobetina. Free cam,
bobetina.
što bi se reklo. A evo te nasmijem s nekih 300 godina.
Nije, to je staro, to sam gledao još kad se pojavio Dark.
GTA 3 ima to, jebote dve, znači GTA, to je ovaj...
Dobro, nisam pratio, a srećan da su odjednom na konzolama počeli da furaju te fazone. Traumarika.
I would not want the job of restocking these places.
Nice.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, I got a load of that.
This could be a game changer.
I can't carry quick slot.
Okay, so I bought the toolkit as a spare and a medkit. Do you want a medkit, Doc?
Go on, take it. Here, medkit. Come on. Try not to get to a point where you need it. I can use that.
Lucky me.
Šta je, Boris?
What do you think of this?
Nekoliko puta leja od ovih mrtvih. I bijem 0 leja, zašto?
Intel. Maybe this will tell me why I followed you all
Zato što
out
si
here.
poginuo. Pa znam kako igraš. To se desilo pre pola sata.
Zaraditi.
Do you want more wires?
Ovo je zadnje mis.
Is it like useful?
You're gonna be all right.
This face?
Ako ti treba
This is
imam
my
ja
grateful face.
2 bandaža.
Sačuvaj.
There you are. The general said I should be expecting you.
Jel imaš jedan trade za healing?
You're just in time. I think you're going to like this.
I'll take it.
Ako ti kartu.
Okay. Healing efficiency, imaš jednu karticu.
Efficiency?
I told Phillips at Blue Dog it wasn't ready.
Koliko ti piše da ti za ovoj healing, kad pritisneš tab i odeš na support station za ovoj, koliko ti piše health da vraća?
Let's fire another one, shall we?
Pritisneš tab, imaš gore prvi slot za oružje, drugi slot za oružje, imaš bombu, imaš zavoj, imaš quick slot. Kad staviš preko zavoja, mišem, koliko piše da ti zavoj vraća health?
62.
Dobro, to je redu. Nije ni meni nešto pomoći. Meni je 69. Za toliko ne možeš se moći.
My formula was sound. Phillips was wrong. It's the ridden somehow. They know when
You're in my way.
Keep firing.
Unfortunately, supplies have been hard to come by. That was the last.
And we've no time to waste.
You have
Open
no
the door.
idea what it
Nerd.
costs to get this far. There's too much invested to simply
It's open.
abandon it.
Damn it, he's right. We can't lose his work. Not
The
bad.
Kate one is right.
Don't leave anything behind.
Good card here. Scar tissue.
A lucky copper.
We'll meet you at the truck.
Okay. Be careful. That work is irreplaceable.
Dođi vam, doći ti ja. Odi.
What's up with that?
50% primaš manje damage od 10. Znaš koliko nas je kiselina jebeno razdeljava točno?
From such a simple form to these amalgamations of destruction.
Mamu, liti jedan. Nobody bought the toolkit? Okay.
Thank God. I thought that was the end. I got this.
It's 2 cursed keys down in the basement.
But where is the basement? I'm trying to find...
Here.
I see. Found it.
I found it.
Kako me šibaju.
Intel.
Jebu mi majku.
There's still more in there.
I'm running low.
Odo ja gore, jebi. Jebi. O, pošteno Mihajlo.
You really thought you did something.
Slobodan si, kad god da si dođe.
Intel. Always worth having a look.
No, I'm Intel. Holy fire! Today's not your lucky day.
O, jebe vam mater.
Found the... What?
Drži ovo, bacam ti dole, može. Bacam sam ti ovo dole. Još jedno, 2 komada.
A to je?
A ovo bre, detektiv. Jedan rad. Evo ga još.
Hands off! While I remove them myself. Splat!
Damn it, me, bro.
Imaš, jao, vidiš što sam morao.
Ne znam što si radio. Gorim. Jebeno gorim! I was fucking burning. Thank you, game. Scroll miša. Scroll miša, Boris. Jel koristiš scroll za bilo šta? Promeni to u opcijama, taj keybind.
Umor, a gdje su ti umor?
Catch me off guard.
Dobro.
Treba nam još jedan.
Maybe it's on the second floor.
No, the last one.
Nice. On the truck. Did you? gas.
Evo te za 10 minuta radim, idi u pičku materinu.
Sad te bolio.
Evo ti pro savjet, imamo to špumparicu na te retarde, puci iz pištolja njih. Treba ti šotka za jače neprete.
O, meni govoriš?
Ne, pričam sebi, tebi pričam.
A ne, možda Drakuli govoriš.
Da, možda meni pričaš s nekim.
A nego gledaj se kako pucaš u obične one vukodlake s pumparice, nema potrebe toliko municije da nasipaš, treba ti 3-4 metka u glavu, mislim pade od toga. Za razliku od dvojke remake-a ovdje mislim da je headshot radi.
Rete, mi ladno možemo Snake No Hope, a ne ovaj Nightsword.
Da, ali bez botova.
Sad se motam ispred crkve, našao sam jedan krest i znači ništa više. Kako da prođem tamo?
So where do we go now?
Vidio sam Scarecrow!
Koga si vidio?
Strasilo.
Lastrafila.
Lastrasilo.
Ti rekao da u crkvi bi trebao da ima safe.
Da.
It's gonna need a personal touch, is what you're saying.
Evo u crkvi, ali... ne vidim ništa.
And a new delivery system will mitigate the risk substantially.
U crkvi strašilo. U crkvi bi trebalo da ima pisaća mašina. Imaš jedan dijamant u crkvi, ako se dobro sećam. Visi na lusteru. Njega možda prodaš za pare.
Ovo braća Traj Hardej, znaš?
Razvaljeni.
Znači ovi likovi samo grinduju, samo kaze ovo.
Vidim toliko kaze da su mrtvi.
Think we need a head count.
Not going to tell you this will be easy, because it won't. The good news is, the KSC has set up shop near the school. You should be able to rest up there before pushing on to the CDR.
Don't mind if I do. Hear that?
Pistol!
Dobar pištolj.
That's enough out of you.
Through here!
Boli to, single player, to cepaš. Jebeti se.
Na lusteru mislim da imaš jedan onaj...
Nije na lusteru, bio je na slici.
Negdje. Iznad glave, to znam.
Čekaj, ovaj fotomod.
Šta će ti fotomod?
Opalim sliku.
Tako da ne problem.
Ne vidim nigde da...
Fotomod možda upališ kad su animacije, a može i ovako u free da režim.
Evo, upalio sam ga i ne znam kako da upalim.
Imaš te slajdere da pomeraš levo desno. Field of view, ima i da se zarotira isto s tim.
Thanks, stop.
Dakle, ne mogu da pojedem bar malo hrane.
Možeš slobodno. Evo ti bandaž.
Catch me off guard. Splat! It's okay. I'm here. Just a scrape. No big deal. I could use that.
Supply crate, here!
Come on. Give me something as amazing as me.
This is disgusting! Yeah! Magazine, here! Intel here!
Almost didn't make it.
Idi tamo, brate.
All my life I've avoided this town. Now this! This way! Intel! Here!
Perfect. Could be worse.
Što mi propuje pjesa? Šta vam je, šta je ovo? Što ste vrate crveni svi?
Gubiš health.
Bog?
Gubiš health. Volim kad ne čitaš nikad ništa. Gubiš health jer na početku je pisalo da ti je karakter gladan, a kad je gladan gubiš non stop health dok nešto ne pojedeš. Što niko ništa ne čita. Da nemam pojma što se čita. Pojedi on. Moraš još nešto uspjeti. To ti ikonica tvarnog kao želuca, kao gladan. Eat my fucking cock. Jedio.
What do you think of it? Leftovers here!
Why look like a piñata to you?
First aid here.
Move it!
Here's a birthday cabinet here.
Oh, if they're done, I'm done.
Over here! I don't know what it is, but I don't like the look of it.
Not bad.
Slabo oni ovo igraju. Niko od njih ne kupuje one toolkitove, ništa.
There's a hive around here. We should really stick together. Fine now.
Leftovers!
Dig in! Something up just ahead. Raiden hive!
Opa, hive. Idemo! Idemo, radimo!
There! Supply stash here, if we can get in.
Momene sam... Ko mi to bipće? Starče da se
Senta
isključujem.
said she was working up this way. Promised me some supplies if she could find them.
Are we going now? In hide?
We can loot first.
No, just leave up.
Grenade damage.
Whoa! What has Saul been feeding this thing?
Grenade!
I'm wise to you, my feathered friends.
It's an option.
Need to be able to see them before they see us.
Izgleda me
Hold on, reload!
Nope.
What the fuck? Oh shit! Sorry.
Nice.
Food here.
This way!
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. I like it.
Target practice it is then. Leftovers!
Dead end!
Don't worry about me. Nice.
Može pojedeš bar bilo šta samo da bi ti počeo da ti puni health.
Hvala policijski. Da. Jebi ga.
Oh, brother.
Ujebote.
Fuck out of here.
That doesn't sound good.
Mother. Fucker.
Over there? Check
Thank you.
Ooh, shiny. Are they gone?
Doors on this place. Watch it.
What's up with that?
Reloading.
Leftovers here.
Food here. Ostavim jednu. Nemaš niti hrane. Ne moraš. A nemaš.
That's enough out of you.
Food here.
Would you look at that?
Leftovers.
You can have food. No.
I took one.
Not much ammo left.
Okay. How did it?
Reloading.
What?
What does the fox say?
Keep it down first.
Krenimo. Close.
Now I'm pissed. First,
Guy?
they're almost as loud as you guys.
Defuse them.
After this we can go for the hive.
Yes.
Who gave you the bright idea of wandering off by yourself?
Go back.
Who is bas? Did you hear that? Neko u ovom, brate, basu udara. Someone in the bus.
It's no guarantee of future success.
Just shoot them.
I cannot, it's a sound.
Good! Leftovers!
Food here.
Oh yeah.
And Jeff.
Ooh, what's in here?
Hoćeš da ti bacim onaj...
I can take the duffel bag.
Over here. I agree.
Fall damage dobio, jebote.
Vidio sam tu šta skoči.
Intel here.
Kako dobra grafika u ovoj igri, strašno.
Looks like someone dropped some
Detalji
intel.
su mnogo dobri.
Machine gun.
Found some intel.
Ovo net imam već. Daj mi tu. Još nešto.
Not looking good.
Šta ti dam?
Jeli?
Don't worry. I
Yeah.
learned first aid back in summer camp. Charisse, you should wrap up those
I ovo
wounds.
ovdje.
Like sieve. Razor wire here.
Thanks, Doc.
Dropaj to ovdje, jebem mu
Look at
mater.
here.
Someone must be looking out for me.
You want me? Take this. Razor wire. Look, there.
You see razor wire?
Splat! Get the fuck out of my face.
Možda priđeš
Yeah,
buš.
drop the razor wire.
Take it. Take a look at this.
Razor wire, here. Just stick with our usual game plan, and we'll be just fine. You know.
A ti mi dropa tamo van Haydena. Znači si jebo.
With Dracula and two French.
Ko Psycho pita, a?
Ne. Je Dracula već... Some dude. With the...
Jesi mislio Psycho?
Ne brate, znaš ko me pita?
Psycho, motherfucker.
Znaš ko me pita? Dracula... Send massage... Fuck you game. Ona me pita. Ta osoba.
Who is this?
Ti mi reci.
Dobro, šta ona igra?
Are you playing alone? Ja kaže no, with Dracula and two Frenchmen.
Šta si s njom igrao pre?
Probably. Ne sjećam se.
Šta, Back 4 Blood ili King 4?
Ko zna. Koliko ljudi se ne igrao.
Dobro je mama sita, brat. Snake, ja bi ovo, brate, ulećio.
Ti bi to, šta? Ti bi kao izbjeglica u logoru.
Pogledaj ove slike, brate, pa ovo je ludak ko je struja, brate.
Moje cura, ludak ko struja, da mi se pratiti.
Moram ja da je počinjem zakon, šta si mene hvali. Šta mi ovo radiš, brate?
If
kaži mi ako bude imalo mjesta. Ipak je bolji hive nego
Careful not to splash around in whatever that is. Out of all the places we've been, this is the place least changed by Ridden. All of this horrible shit, not much different than it was in the before times.
What the fuck is this?
Jebote Snake, ko se tebi, brate, javlja, pa ja bi... Pa ja bi, ne znam, skočio sam. Nema šta, šmekir si.
Imaš li tulki da kupiš? A imaš već onaj... Imaš onaj...
To dva.
Ne, jedan.
I'll be taking that.
Ti su za žicu.
Ne, žicu sam doneo. Dok mi učitalo da sam dao 3 ona bega, dobio sam žicu. Od ona.
Ti uzao onaj trade da ti kiselina razvaljuje.
Kiselina me razvaljuje u ovaj... Sam pojeo peciva nekada. Ujčina.
Who gave you the bright idea of wandering off by yourself? Hands in here. Yeah, I needed this. Molotov here.
Listen closely. Something's nearby. Come on, give me something as amazing as me.
Found some intel.
Oh yeah.
Don't want to catch an infection.
There.
You can't say no to this. Talk about overkill.
Thank you. Not really ideal conditions for treatment.
Score encore.
Hans, where is the flamer?
Molotov here. Watch out.
Or kills for more money,
I could use that.
Found the flamer.
We should move before they return. Shit burns! I'll take that.
Nemoj uzimat ovaj trade.
Ne mogu da preživim odavde, mršte u pičku materinu. 50 HP ima, brate, jebaše mi majku.
Come on, show me what you made of.
Fuck this shit. I'm literally standing in a puddle of acid.
Can't do a lot of good down here on my ass.
Classic.
Oh no, you're not getting off so easy.
Toxic game.
It may look bad, but it's not.
I never thought I'd be doing this when I was at medical school.
That was like a big, wet, gross stampede.
Can we open the door? Please? Please game.
Grenade here.
Yes, yes.
Moram da spavam ovdje, da random pucam kroz ovo.
This is how I died last time. I was literally trying to open the door.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. Imam big one jebot.
Intel here.
Dođu, najbolji su. Znaš da imam big, brate, dynamite.
Intel. Always worth having them.
I'll take that.
This is disgusting.
Keeping this. It's okay.
Thanks, Therese.
I'm here.
Bandaže. Ima još negdje bandaže.
Bandaž sam ja ispustio. Nos.
Hvala.
Ništa.
Gdje je bandaž?
Da sad ne.
Gave them a run for their money
Sad je
that
pomiti
time.
HP crni. A jebote.
Let me help you.
Good looking out, kid.
Hvala.
Everyone take cover.
I'm noticing a trend with this poison shit.
You hear that?
Now you got me.
Not bad. I'll take it. Skull totem for you.
Oh, please. Help.
Supply crate.
Meds here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, medic.
Perfect. This was just weighing me down.
Bandages here.
Got to patch this up.
Thanks.
Thanks, Doc. I've got something you might like.
Bandages here.
Yep. Wait.
Amazing what you can do with just
Dracula, come here. Dracula, come here.
Weapons cache if you want to switch up your arsenal.
Yeah, I needed this.
Here.
Please be something kick ass.
Ammo pouch here.
Here's a pipe bomb.
You're in my way.
This guy.
Pipe bomb.
Fucking poodle.
There's not too much.
Hickory. Welcome to my channel.
just what I needed.
A good thing we see shit because everything is like on top of each other.
Yeah, my bad.
leave now or we stick it out to the end.
Nice on fire.
Weirdest neighborhood potluck I've ever been to.
It's mine now.
Ooh, nice.
Let's hold the forward here.
Okay. I don't even get it. How did you manage to get inside?
Hey!
It's broken.
Nice.
Ah, yeah, fucker.
It's hidden up here if you want to take it.
The skull?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, it's taking my skin off! Disgusting!
This way?
This shit is toxic!
Lucky me.
Yeah, got it.
Molotov! Perfect.
Gotta stop the bleeding.
Weapons here!
Dracula, go.
Really hope this isn't booby trapped.
Uzde budi rečeno, ima određen broj puta koliko možeš da otvoriš Steam, naš lockpickom. Savjetio ti da ga baciš posle nekog vremena, znaš.
Find us.
Ne ga više sad. Znaš.
A, razvaljeno. Nice.
Well, that's nothing short of terrifying.
Crap!
Hold still, I'll patch that up.
I need to take care of this now.
Not
Thank
bad.
you.
It's disgusting! Razor one's
Nice.
here.
Medkit!
A, fali nam još jedan.
Got to patch this up. Thanks, Doc. Ammo pouch.
That's mine.
Bandages!
You might wanna patch Dracula. Should I leave Skull to mark the exit?
Yeah, do it.
Don't take the pill.
Wait, we go down the slide for the third one? It doesn't pay off.
Supply crate over here.
How's it going?
Wow! We hit the jackpot!
Time's a wasting and the coffee's getting cold somewhere.
It's not this map.
Wanted to eat my face was
I'll
in
be
here.
taking
That'd be crazy, right? Right?
Come on!
Intel
Sterile
here.
attachment here.
Insta-kill attachment, nice.
That won't fucking help.
Yeah, the insta-kill for
You and me against the world?
a sniper.
I like our odds. Now that's what I
Yeah,
call
figure.
firepower.
To dobar.
Sniper rifle here.
Legendary.
Time to go.
To ti je semi-out,
Can be
znaš.
good cards in the end as well.
Slabi, zato što na ovo imam sve
Uzmem za
vrste
skull.
legendary.
Quit wandering off. It's
None.
dangerous.
Over here.
We have all three.
I have two.
That's it.
I had two of them.
No,
I don't know
he
where
have
the
three.
Where is the third one?
Avio sam ja.
Dracula phone. Jesus.
Get the fuck out of my face!
Ow.
Just putting myself back together here. Shit burns.
Hey, take the pick.
Let's here. I'll take it. Nothing else.
I can take them.
Let's go. Easy. Koliko je ovo? 6 komada smo našli, jel? 3 kad smo došli i 3 sad.
3 kad smo došli, easy. Uleteli pa kupili kajmak.
Easy money. Relax. Take it easy. Oh my lord. Dude, are you even streaming? Yes, I am. Tu starac i more. Reci se kako to kaže. Tu je i nije to. Dobro. Patch every mana. Nemam para.
Nemam para, nemam ni cigara.
I'm gonna buy one toolkit. Imaš ti para za jedan toolkit?
Imam.
Kupi.
Don't know if you need it. Or do you mean for the boxes?
Yeah, 2 boxes. You know, we don't want to get like super nut. And I'm gonna buy one flashbang. Imaš para za flashbang?
Yeah.
Never any candy.
I will need the big boy.
That's some firepower.
Yeah, somebody better grab the bazooka. Ćeš ti Dracula uzmeš flash? Uzmi Dracula flash. Ne, bolje ti flaška za ovo. Wait. Slowly.
Look at all these crates.
Otvori ovu drugu.
All right. Moment of truth. Weapons cache here.
Da, otvorio bi ja da ne bi se bilo preklopljeno.
Intel!
Is this Warzone 2?
That's mine.
I don't know.
No, in Warzone 2 the loot gets stacked on top of each other.
The world?
Really
I
retarded.
like our odds. Got skills, but never say no to some extra info.
Što mi je, brate, legendary tačke, znaš? Ove su.
Ready?
Okay.
Šta je
Hands off! Or I'll remove them myself. Keeping this.
pičku materiju.
That's shit.
We need to play no home.
still that cocky.
Sunday night, yeah.
I mean, playing with 4 guys, or you know, with 3 guys, yeah, that's fine. But playing with 3 bots, nope.
That's enough out of you.
No hope takes long time as well.
It's true.
Što je rekao?
Treba ti dosta vremena za no hope.
That was a
I toliko vremena boji se nemaš.
bad things.
Tačno.
Nice, nice.
I'll be taking that.
Think that the RPG was overkill.
Pipe bomb here. Get down.
Get to the chopper. Get down.
Marš. Another boss. Imaš flašku za ovdje.
And while you're at it, count the bread. You're in my way. Got it.
Yeah, I needed this.
Što u pičku mater?
Over there.
Ja uzet ću to. Što?
Hey.
Don't mind if I
Close
do.
the head.
She was insta dead.
Yep.
You pack too much hit, guys.
Am I the only one freaked out right now?
Try this on for size. Your mag's looking a little light.
To.
Ammo here.
Hey, we
Here's something
survived.
for you.
I could use 2 of these twice daily.
Wonderful. Što je this? Keep tapping.
Jebote, ovo će skinove sve da mi nabavi.
Fenek. Pokušao se setim. Ko normalan nema para da kupi licencu i da Chris Factor nazove Chris Factor, nego ga nazove, znaš, Fenek. Što ljudi retardirani.
Evo ga, krenuo si opet.
Joooo, setio sam se, već me vata
Da li je
popizditi.
Thompson,
Ajde
da
ka...
li je
Ma nemoj me
Dodge?
zabavat, ma nemoj me zabavat.
Da li je...
Pa hoćeš ti da nazovem čašu vode kao gibanice, hoćeš da te tako zovem? Kaže, aj Drakula sipa mi gibanicu, čašu gibanice. Šta? A gibanice, kako ne znaš? H2O, a?
Kako si lud je.
Nisam lud, nego ti kažem ozbiljno. Jebate retardirani ljudi. Jesi ikad igrao Pro Evolution Soccer na konzoli? PES. Sjećaš se kako nikad nisu imali para u Konamiju da cigančine jedne ciganske, nikad nisu para plate FIFA, razumeš, da kupe licencirane nazive igrača, uvijek su se nazivali neko retardirano. Uvijek si imao skineš patch neki, Jelen League ili neki kurac, da bi igra mogla normalno da radi.
Ja.
I like the way you think. Watch yourself out there. I don't envy you with where you're going.
Aim for the head.
I got 2
We
toolkits.
should really stick together.
Get the fuck out of my
That's
face.
good.
rifle.
Hoćeš bandaže doći?
Ne mora, imam jednu veliku torbu. Torba vraća onaj kao izgubljeni health, znaš.
Keeping this.
Torba vraća taj kao trauma damage, no, što ti fali uvijek s maksimum health. Dođi vam. Vamo s vama.
Evo idem.
Ovaj lik ima da diffuse your run.
Found some supplies.
Perfect.
Magazine.
When she said magazine, I immediately thought of like a porn.
Lucky me.
Bandages here.
Firecracker.
Hey, intel. This could be useful.
Uzmi zale ako imaš mesta, imaš mesta.
Don't worry about me.
Jeba ti se drogiraš tim zalima.
Ovo je neko KPN 300. Ne može da mi prdne niko, bre.
Ti uzeo upgrade od health, majke.
Ne, uzeo sam onaj, imao legendary, bandaži, healao sam vas sve. Ne me, bandaži, healao sam vas sve. Ovdje dam, kako healam sebe, toliko healujem i vas dodajem.
Getting a little too close for comfort here.
Is my connection bad or the game is a bit laggy? Sometimes they just won't register my hits.
I never thought I'd be doing the thing I was doing.
That sucks.
It does.
Intel here. There. Watch out, Red. You shot me. My bad. I can feel my skin coming off. Found some intel. Let's not stick around to see if they come back. I need that. Reacting. Need to put a stop to this thing.
Nice.
Hey, Matt.
From inside here.
Work out before all this happened.
Clark's General. I was in the ER. Earned my stripes.
Hey, I went there once when I broke my arm. Slip walked
Wow,
off on
gdje ću ne bih proizvodao.
places, but they got me all fixed up.
Seems like we did.
Šta nema biti?
Thanks.
Great shot. Just one piece of advice. Next time, aim at the rhythm. I'll take it.
I'm there to bear track. You're in my way. Strike.
Nest over here. I look forward to the day when these are memories, and I can forget them.
Uzmi zam.
Za koga će mi to da?
Možda trepaš sva.
Kad shoulder.
Ja.
What's that?
Kad shoulder. Tam si, dobro je to za boss.
Got a big stack of
Got it.
supplies.
Come on, give me something as amazing as me.
Knew it.
Ja metri drop. Snitch. Fuck.
Slipper te gađao sa 50 metri.
Aha.
I'll take that.
First aid cabinet,
come pat yourself up. Off of me!
Sad staviš stres na vrat. Ajde mudu. Odjedu.
Da nagoram sebi kako je jedno.
To košta par, znaš.
Intel here!
Otičem par.
Intel, huh? Tell me something I don't know.
Maybe you wanna use heal, Mr. Coster?
Hear that? There's a hive around here.
Hey! You don't want to be all the way up there! I thought we were gonna buy it that time. Well, I guess you were.
All that noise you've been making, you've brought every ridden in the area down on you.
Let's go back to Lucas.
Splat!
Reloading!
Možda nazad. Znaš?
Jesam ja to...
Dobro jutro, Columbus.
Gotta take care of this.
It's okay. I'm here.
Battery when you need one? Bingo! That's the ticket!
What is everybody going? Bingo.
Te, je ovo Stranger Things? Mapa.
Ne, ovo je... Jebena...
Stop the bleeding!
Možda reći... Sala za fizičko u američku školu.
Dobro, pogledaš ovo ovdje,
Through the window.
Let's go.
Pozdrav, Dracula. Dracula.
Hey,
Guys.
over there.
Šta je ovo?
I'll take it.
Jebaše mi maj. Jebaše mi maj.
Reloading!
Would you look at that?
Get that light on.
Well, let me
Can't be tripping over
get
each other in the
cash
dark.
Hey! We survived!
Da pustiš njega da on otvori vrat i dobije par. Ja, I know. Imaš secret ovdje?
I'm nearly out.
I suppose I can start hitting them with this. Not much else I can do without bullets.
Lucky me.
Bert!
I need that.
What trouble could they cause?
Wanna defuse them? Peđa.
You're gonna be all right. You're a lifesaver. You hear that? Get to the bus!
Oh.
Not going to get anywhere this way. I'll take that. Need more ammo. Ladies first? Sure. I'll show you how it's done.
Ladies first. Mi tre žene. Dress to kill.
A što se čini?
Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you, Kiri. Welcome.
Huh. Oh, now I know why no one's ever happy to see me.
Trebuie pare.
Ne, to čuvaj, treba se zatreti. Nice.
Splat! Fuck out of here!
Watch your six.
Real difficult to get on my bad side, but you seem determined.
Sorry! Duffel bag!
What's in here?
Let's go.
Odi da. Vam.
Keeping this.
Takes me back to my competing days on the balance beam. Except there's no padded map to land on.
Don't catch me off guard.
Found one of those scope components here. Intel here. I got it.
Pazi. Pa da se ovdje ne lupiš glavom, znaš. Pazi kako ideš nazad.
You were lucky that time.
Wow.
Jebote, ništa da mi se...
I found a supply crate.
Found some intel.
Eto, straight.
Ej,
Malo sam šta radim. Što si uvatio prečicu? Shortcut, ne? Onako rederat. Ne može. Igra ne detektuje da si skoči uopšte. I da kad kratiš.
Supply crate. Come on, give me something as amazing as me. Intel.
I never thought I'd be doing this when I was in medical.
Wow, I didn't use any of toolkits.
Med kit here.
You might wanna grab this.
Save that for me. Meds.
Uzmi
Take
drafo.
them. They'll help with the pain.
Uzmite painkiller.
Thank you,
Ma
Tom.
ne da ih pojedeš, nego ih uzmi stekuj kod sebi inventar, to ti kažem.
You can't say no to this.
Imaš ovdje još. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, that is ugly.
Hey, get back here. Nobody wants to chase after you.
Don't mind if I do.
It's disturbing how much I enjoyed it. Let's do this.
Gotta reload.
What do you think you're doing?
Out of the way!
Nothing I haven't dealt with before.
Hey, we survived! Cover me, reloading!
Would you look at that?
Hey, Einstein! Learn
That's
to
mine.
aim!
Nothing to worry about.
Smoke grenade! Grenade!
I can use that.
Time's a wasting and the coffee's getting cold somewhere. Hit me!
Taking care of this.
You have to admire them when they're on your side.
I got it.
That lava's gonna blow this whole place apart.
Weapons cache here.
Pocketing this.
It better be good.
Son of a fucking... I hate this mechanic when they're entering through the web. I can even see. Stupid. Who said? Oh yeah, this is a good. This is good. This is fine. Players will like this. I don't like it.
Yeah, I needed this.
Sorry, I'm especially grumpy today. Sorry.
Oh well, now or never.
Where is the skull totem, by the way? Somebody took it?
It's at exit.
Stupid to be
Yeah,
out
to
here
get
by
there.
myself.
Dva, tri.
See.
Reloading. You see that?
Imao sam danas s Cageom diskusiju oko ovih battle passova i kako developeri bukvalno uslovljavaju igrače da za to vreme kad kupeš battle pass moraš ga preći ili ti propada, razumeš, nebitno, blood bond i realni cash.
Da, hoće da plaćaš one boostove.
Take it.
Znaš, to je
Smeće, sve su te igre smeće. Sve te igre što oni to tako rade su smeće.
Šta je smisla?
Toga imaš i u kantu. Battle Pass. Ali Battle Pass nemaš ti recimo da kupiš. Ok, kupio si Battle Pass, možeš ga završiti kad god imaš vremena, ono, nije problem. Bez pritiska, ne, moraš da ga odigraš za mjesec dana, 30 dana, 45 dana, nebitno. Ako ga ne odigraš, propada ti to što si kupio zato što neš dobiti ništa. Bukvalno ništa. Si uslovljen s vremenom. My toolkit glitched. It fell to the ground. Yeah, I tried to, you know, use a box of ammo and the toolkit just is gone.
What the hell is this?
Imaš ti Dracula jedan toolkit, ne?
Lucky copper.
Maybe Dracula has it. Imaš ti toolkit.
Weapons cache, they've stopped for now.
What if something that wanted to eat my face was in here?
Say that for me.
Crazy, right?
Stock here.
Nijem to hitno, bijem onaj kurski. To je još jače.
Maybe gold pipe for the money.
Money.
Yeah, I use this, you know, the tool of toolbox of ammo, and it glitched my tool.
Ostavili ovo jebote.
Gdje će ga ja? Ostavi ga. Zato što ne mogu da pokupim ništa dok imam u rukama. Što smo ga ostavili? Zašto što je boli kurac? Što smo ga ostavili? Ti pucao, majke, ti to bio. Jesno, vali se repucaš, ono.
Ono, pucao mu neprijatelj.
Pa vidiš da su bacili gold pipe bomb.
Money wasted.
Did Dracula shoot them on accident? Yeah, on accident. Yes.
Reminds me again why I joined.
He's hyper aggressive, that's no good. Go clap it. Go clap
I don't
it.
have feelings for nothing.
No.
That's the blood of an ancient Counter-Strike player.
Good one.
Yes. Get back! Yeah, let's make this quick.
It may look bad, but
Fuck you.
We can get out here. Double bag.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Found the double bag.
Uzmi ovaj trade, to ćeš evo ti za par.
Snake, can you fix it?
Here we go. Ow! I just got puked on.
Fuck.
Not good. Not good enough. Not
Gdje si Miro, pozdrav, dobro sam. Kako si ti?
fast enough.
Kako je vreme u Hrvatskoj?
Yeah, bad fuck.
Croatia.
Yeah. Ja.
Kad je kao vrum. Svinjo jedna, odmah ću ti, sad ću te, motiran! Kako možeš da dišeš?
Opet podrigivate.
Sram te, da.
Zašto
Životinja.
podrigivate? Stoke je.
Pozdrav za kum.
Stoke!
Veliki pozdrav za kum.
Veliki pozdrav za kumat.
Igrao Saints Row, od kad to nisam igrao?
Is everyone okay?
Ima možda 7-8 godina.
We got lucky. Again.
Ivanović.
They did said that the upgrade was like 0.
I never thought I'd be doing
It
this.
was a lie.
Perfect.
Laj. Igrao sam trojku davno, a četvorku malo.
Time to move.
A nije normalno, to znam.
Još uvijek imaš onaj skeleton key, imaš, ili?
Da.
Baci ga meni. Ako ga iskoristiš, ubit će te. Piše lepo na njemu. Što ga više puta koristiš, ti ima šansu veće tu. Ti čitaš opis. Pogledaj šta piše, aj pogledaj šta piše.
Vidi.
A, vidiš, Znači, daj ga sad meni. Evo ti sad uzmi. Zapravo, uzmi toolkit pravi.
To mi daj. Pravi pravcat.
Imaš deglu ovdje, jebate, vidi kako je.
Bolji.
Bolji? Šta imaš, USP kao?
Ne, imam tek 9, ali vidi zašto imam bolji, bet. Znaš ti da ja imam maksovano oružje, bet. Imam legendary sve, bet. Znaš ti koliko ja u sekundi pucam s ovima Šta je to, bre?
Da.
Znači, ne može da mi priđe niko, bre. Koji damage dealam mi, brate, s kojom, brate, brzinom pucam. Znači, over game s ovim oružjem sam.
Game over, sve kažeš. Over game over.
Ako sam ih tam... Pasno je, bre.
Znaš ko bi to teo?
Back for blood.
Ne. Ili Milan, 100% ga pitaš sad. Ajde Milan.
Kak je zomno bio, rekao sam gledam seriju, kakav seriju.
Što ga lažeš?
I didn't mean that. It wasn't personal.
That's actually nice, but I need 25. There's that there. Imaš para da kupiš ovo.
Ništa su mene ovi kocki, ovo neki kocki.
Zato što je to overkill. Our overkill bar is kind of a big. To ti je overkill. Dođi vam da ti pokažem, odi kod mene. Ludak. Gledaj. Koliko kill imaš sad? Sad?
6.
Dracula has 600 hit points.
Lol.
60.
Pocketing this.
600 HP-a jebot.
Need to take care of this now.
We're just squirming.
Meni imalo overkill ovdje.
A zato smo uzeli svi onaj, to ti je ona kartica koju smo svi uzeli, znaš? The pink cards are kind of broken OP.
Can't continue on this way.
Ćemo na 700 HP.
Ne možeš više. Prepuni si to plavo, znaš?
Don't waste my time. Nice try.
Ti zgrabio painkillera.
We're lucky today. Got bullets. Damn. Need to clear a path.
You should be approaching the area now. You should be able to find the chemicals nearby. Once you've completed the batch, we'll fly in.
Ono sam krenuo da pucam.
How do I keep getting myself in these situations?
Šta u zid?
Dok su bacili ovaj pipe bombu.
A da, ali imaš zlatnu
Brate,
pipe
sama
bombu.
krv ode, bre. Sama ruka ide, bre.
Whatever they were doing, this couldn't have been sanctioned.
Mogu da ti je pucao zombi. Isto ko u brate Huntu, vidim Huntera.
Friendly fire!
Krv radim.
Out of my way!
Ona je poznat iz Hrvatske, ona je Michelle i Black Warden. On kaže svaki metak koji ne opališ, kaže, bit će ti krivo posao. Fuck you. He sniped me from, like, dark. Wow.
Iskretičan, a?
No, he's something sniped me from the dark and I couldn't move.
Hey! Help me out here!
Here,
thank you. I got you.
Found a first aid cabinet!
I'll be taking that.
One free healing here.
Gonna check this place out.
Ne treba ti minigun. Ne znam šta si ga otvorio uopšte. Ti čitaš šta piše na tim kutijama, majke. Lepo piše minigun. Aj sad ga nosi.
Šta piše? Ja sam mislio.
Me zeba, baš ti to. Piše minigun na kutiji. Inače, karate ovaj sa strelom, a?
Imat ću druška sad.
Vidim što se stavio taj minigun tu i... Šta ćemo sad s tim? Na leđe.
You're gonna get through this.
Oh,
thank you.
And with all my limbs!
Careful!
Mine now. Checking the car.
Let's get you back on your feet.
Trees?
Thank you.
Molotov here! Get down!
Hold still, I'll patch that up.
Mine. These are right.
SMG
Shoot in the
here.
head.
Naravno,
Maybe
ja
a couple
pucam.
more times just for luck.
I can use this. Well, this is a
You shot me!
accidents happen.
Pa ne rade.
Not much ammo left.
Found a stash here.
Kako je to ignoracija?
Reloading!
Jel?
Ooh, shiny.
Kako je to ignorac sa tvoje strane?
Assault rifle here!
First aid cabinet.
Ne uzima, ej, stop! Stop it, Dracula, you already have 400 hit points. Stop, he just says, use it, just use it, Dracula, yeah. Let's see if you can ramp up to 500. Prestani, pusti čovjek. Stop. He has 400 hit points. While the medic has 100 hit points. And like, use it. Please.
Talash us there.
Hey, you ever play with a guy that just like does stuff without reading? Yeah, that's the Dracula. He just do shit. Yeah, take it. You might need it. Take it.
I could use that. Thank you, Tala.
Aj, ti kada ovako dobije...
Thanks.
Meds
Boost.
here. They'll take the edge off if nothing else.
Kada počneš da ga...
A ne, brate, ima 400 helta, čovjek ima 100 helta, ti grabiš sa zida to. Sad čekaj da ga čovjek uzme.
Dovoljno, hoću 1000. Znaš kao što bi rekao Vajo Đurašinović. A gdje sada se popnu?
Oh my god. I can't imagine the conditions these people must have been in.
Hoću da otvorim usta onoliko koliko ne može da mi stane. A ja ću da gurnem.
What about this?
Opet sam pokropan.
Što nam počinje na spavanje?
Zato što rade ljudi gar.
A ko sme da radi?
Ti si jedini.
Evo i ja radim.
Radiš sad.
That's enough out of you.
Starije.
Oh my god.
Nije toliko stara.
Are we doing this, really?
Jesi nešto sranje već. Nije još mnogo
Ja čekam kad će vidjeti.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Teška priča isto, ono, sina nema, mislim sin ima nego on se drogira, nema ga nikad i to.
Raki dušo.
Mrtva trka između tebe i kuma, ko će prvi da lutuje, konimci. Mislim da je to borba, ja. Mislim da je to borba kad igrate kant. A ne, u pitanju healing, u pitanju je sve, razumeš, sve. Sve što nije prikačeno, razumeš. Pa jeba ti igraš timsku igru, ali ti palo na pamet nekad, razumeš, da sačekaš, da nešto ne uzmeš.
Ja nikog Snake, gledam samo svoje, brate, dupe, vidiš da sam bolestan.
Drago mi je smo to rašistili.
Vidiš da nisam, brate, normalan, sad ti nije jasno.
Vidiš?
Kako si vrisno.
Jebote, jel gledaš ti koliko ko ima onih kocki helta? Znači, najmanje ima medic, pa onda onaj strelac. Pa ja imam malo više od njih i ti imaš 400 helta. I opet uzimaš jebeni medkit, kao fali mu 5 helta mu fali.
Da vam jebem mater poremećenu. Vam jebem mater u pičku, da vam jebem mater, da vam jebem milosnu majku poremećenu.
The deeper we go, the worse the ridden.
Breathing in all of this dust will take a toll on our lungs. Not that we can be too picky about our life expectancy in these circumstances.
Anyone see any candy bars?
Who is greedy?
You son of a...
Just a scratch! That's what I'm telling myself.
Let's see how much I can...
I know this guy. He has been to my house. I know him.
I need more health. This is not enough.
You'll get more soon enough.
Evo, sad ću.
Igra ima PvP, nije baš dobar, ali ga ima. Pa ima, ali ja sam zašto čovjek koji ne zna da igra PvP toliko insistira na tomu.
Zato što voli da se takne.
Voli da se takne, to sam shvatio. Ali ono što ja nemam, to je ono što ja nemam. Jedino što znam je da ne umrem i to je sasvim dovoljno. Nemam sposobnog duha da imam instinkt za samodržanje, malo mi jače.
Nemoj te...
Kako? Don't jump down, Dracula. Do you hear me? Or better jump. Please do jump. Prošli put si skočio, sjećam se kad sam ti rekao da ne skačeš dobro. Insta si skočio. To ne jedan, nego dva sprata. Sjećam se toga.
Mine now.
Mislim, zvao si me da igram ovo, ja ne volim da preko kurca radim stvari.
Zvao sam te ni...
Da, ali...
Da oremo njivu, bre.
Nemoj da me zoveš, razumeš da te ja gledam kako ti skupljaš sve iteme, razumeš, a mi ono...
Može ovaj, taktički ovo.
Nemoj, idem dole, nemoj. Don't do that, Dracula. Don't do that,
Jebeno ja su dupe vas jebem.
He wants to do suicide. You'll see.
Htio sam da skočim.
He likes advanced parkour techniques. Most of them are suicide.
He has a lot of HP. He can take 4 damage.
He is very young. That's the problem.
hit the jackpot.
Or maybe not.
I'm not very young.
Yes, you are. This is coming from a 40-something.
It better be good.
Now this will happen.
I got the dot. Make it.
Look out!
Very advanced security. Very advanced. Now we can loot.
Ai.
Keeping this. You and me against the world? I like our odds.
My face was in here. That'd be crazy, right? Right?
Ja mogu da...
Weirdest neighborhood potluck I've ever been to.
Becoming invisible for... Idem na stek, ko ću da se sudarimo, jebote.
That was the plan.
Found a duffel bag.
What's in
there?
Shoot it in the head.
I can only carry quest items.
What's that?
Okay.
Does anyone else have the creepy crawly right
Are you going down?
All right, let's dance.
Eta pčela, jebe mi mater.
I don't think so.
Pčela.
Strike.
Pčela.
Jebe mi kevu.
Pčela će ti kliknuti.
Znate pčela, ovo je meni pčela, bre.
I'll be taking that.
Kako da nam gledamo?
Cover me, reloading.
Gonna do this?
O, me pljuju, ljudi. Pokušavaju pokušati.
They're done.
Whoever there is sick in the head.
I see.
Thanks.
Maybe we should kill Dracula. Come Dracula. Ready.
Good shot.
Smoker still.
Kudi ja dođem kod vas, bre?
Si ti prvi put igra ovaj rudnik, objasni. Što me pitaš kako se dolazi gore? Odgovor je ne dolazi se gore. Staješ dole dok ne stignem. Dracula wants to go up. There is only going down. There is no going up.
True.
Nedeljom jebem vam milosnu američku poremećenu narkomansku majku, pičku na samrti da vam jebem mater, vam jebem sve po bitku, da vam jebem mater, bre, da vam jebem bre sve u pičku, da vam
Maybe there is a
jebem
bear.
mamu.
Is there a bear?
Što gledaš, evo?
Što radiš posao koji ti ne prije? Ne znam kako da ti kažem.
To je super posao kad bi ovi imali trunku mozga, znači.
A onda ti ništa ne bi, brate, radio, onda ne bi...
Klijentela ti je jako diskutabilna, da me se vidiš.
What the hell am I gonna achieve out here besides an urban brain?
There is inner pipe. That's the exit there.
Yeah,
There is
we're
a
gonna
trade.
take that out.
I see.
Found some intel. Splat.
Ajde, mudonje, ragada, da.
Cocksuckers. Red Dracula, you're dying. Wait, let me kill it.
Let's get you back on your feet.
Yeah, see?
Let's go.
Tunnel over here.
Not bad.
You can have this.
Oh, wait.
I could use 2 of these twice daily.
Nice.
Hey, we survived.
How faster. I say 3.
It's a 4.
Here it is.
Bada boom.
So good. Nice. I'm glad I'm wrong.
He is still fapping.
Yeah, master fapper.
Hold still. Thanks, Doc.
Thanks.
Haha! At last! This better be good.
Oh, there is a one last.
Oh, heads up.
I never seen this. 3 chests. Never seen this.
It's because of Talo.
She spawned additional one?
Yep.
Oh,
Looks like you've been putting in the time at the range.
I'll take it.
ne možemo ništa dobiti.
Možeš, kartici za health. Be sure to pick up all the cards for health, Grapola.
Found some intel.
Don't load him here. Head it.
Tervam jebem. Leti malo.
Hey, we survived.
Ammo cache.
Where are they getting all these skulls?
What's up with that?
There's a toolkit here.
Not bad. Law here. I don't think so.
You see that?
Ej, gdje su ovi skulovi?
Jedan je na sredini. Ovo znaš.
You were lucky that time.
Hey! Do I look like a pincushion to you?
Ja rekao je kao pinjata. Stani malo, stani.
Appreciate it. Suits you more than me. Don't think I'll need this. You, on the other hand? I need that.
Perfetto. $29, ovo ti je dosta za jedno, čini mi se, ono. Za jedan full kao set.
I dobar set.
Oh, thank you.
I opet nabiješ HP. I onda poslije mi se dereš.
Phillips is right to put his trust in you. To be honest, I wasn't sure. But he didn't want to risk me in the field again now that we're so close.
Wait, what?
Well, what matters is that you succeeded admirably. Now, what say we have some fun and put your hard work to the test? Head out and find some test subjects. We'll pick up the rest of the T5 formula and meet you there. The speed of mutation is phenomenal. There's nothing to compare it against in the natural world.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Funeral homes and the morgues were full, bursting. We had no more drugs. We had to dispose of the bodies.
What I call hit the max, like 600 or something.
It all happened so fast.
We need fast first ogre, just ignore him.
Da ignorišeš onoga ogra. You just run past him.
I think I have much HP than he.
You will still die.
Yeah. You are the boss.
I suggest we focus on the job at hand.
We've got this for once.
You can't help but admire it. From such a simple form to these amalgamations of destruction.
Kako speedrunujemo ovo nema nikad.
That's it.
Sad ćemo preći. Izračunaj koliko trajala ova brate misija.
Misija će ti na kraju. Što ti računa više? Ja ličim na naučnika ovdje. Do I look like a scientist too?
Što je u pičku materinu? Zašto ne mogu da one spojne?
Evo ti ako hoćeš dve puške donositi, dođi.
Sad može jebati.
Dracula is dying somehow.
Looks like we did it.
That was nice.
Is there no better statement of man's superiority over nature?
This
We
game
received a transmission
is
seems
part of the match.
game, my friends.
It's just 1 hour.
Yes, for you.
Da. Nešto se čini.
GG boy, that's it for me for tonight. Thanks for game.
Yeah,
Me
same
too,
here.
thanks for playing.
Good night.
Good night.
Jutu, a?
YouTube.
Jutu, evo ja.
You too, you me.
You are me and we are you. Najjače, znači to sam 1000 puta gledao. Evo, pazi, sva 3 dela Rush Hour su mi genijalna, ali sva 3 dela. A ono u Hong Kong, kakve prepičke one kineskinje, što to za film sve ovdje.
Jo, nemojte samo prepičke, kad čujem prepičke sjetim se Milana.
Znači Milan je prepička.
Što se radi?
Very good.
Nemam više skinova Snake.
Dotle je došao.
Overgameovali smo igru, jebate. Ne znam ni šta da kupujem više.
Ja više dobijam skin čitav, nego dobijem komad, znaš.
To je to. Onda znaš koliko si ono...
Hey, second unit came through. We got a new shipment.
Nego, gdje je nama glasnogovornik?
Umro.
Izumro, a?
Ne, nego...
Ne dajemo mu pažnju pa ga nema.
Ovo ti je vreme za spanje, zir.
Bio ti sve. Što bi rekao sve?
Šta bi se bio? Da čujem. Finish the sentence, završi rečenicu.
Beauty sleep.
A, beauty sleep, pa da. Možeš slobodno me citiraš za to. Ako ne spava dovoljno, imat će podršnjake i onda neće izgledati lepo. Ao, brale.
Moj Milan, a?
Ao, brale. Kakvi
ona
problemi
slika,
život.
onaj što je sjedio ceo dan, pa je rešio da ustane, pa je lego, a isti Milan, pazi. Kako sam okačio onu sliku. Lopija je.
Isti.
Lopija.
Isto, pa pak su ti oni isti.
Nalazi na polu mafijaš, vezan glavnicu u zadrži. Znači, brate, rekao sam ti kad sam ti rekao, bio sam ti rekao i rekao sam ti kad sam ti rekao i ja sam ti rekao, ti si meni onda rekao da ti ja nisam rekao, ali pošto sam ti ja rekao, ti si mi rekao i onda sam ti ja rekao, ili ti jasno da sam ti rekao. Kako je to budaletina je.
A ti pratiš.
Ko je šta rekao?
Evo, obožavam da gledam budale. Njegovu isfoliranu bivšu ženu koja misli da je neka riba. Ono bre, izgleda ko Dolph Lundgren jebote, znači faca je.
Baba.
Pričao sam da će zvezane, pošto sam si tako, da sam pravila pička u Beogradu danas. Kako možete krenu danas, da ove male klinke od 18 godina pele.
A što se...
Mislim, stvarno, stvarno. Stvarno, ja bih želeo da je sve ovo nestvarno, ha.
You didn't say magic word.
Nego, hoćemo li mi neki malo onaj... Antopal? Jel?
Ako ne.
Ne znam koga ćeš to da namamiš. Možda Nenada. Ali mene definitivno ne.
A to me mami.
Da malo baviš
Da te malo mami, da...
MMR.
Ženinoj babi, ipak nešto tu...
Ono, vidiš kako je to s 3 zvezdice.
Jebote, glupi Ameri, šta ste navalili, hoću da se igram! Vi normalni! Vi kurac!
Stani sad. Lezi. Kunevčić. Kao povučeo barat bože. Od nas dvojice, a? Nemaš ugao.
Ja tebe ne mogu da ubijem, bre, alo.
Levi pik, levi pik. Left pik je meni. Zato što pucaš u moju kosu, znaš. Tačno sam vidio šta radi, znaš. Pucaš u moju kosu, znaš. I to je jedan od 100 metaka.
Od 5000 metaka, ne 100.
Koliko je to precizno, kao u Hunt.
One shot. Kao svećica, bre.
Ovako je krenuo da radi.
Pogledaj meni kako izgledalo.
Izbaci! Ovo to izručio. Ovo mobalija teška je, ovaj multiplayer. Čekaj, da su developeri imali i ove, razumeš, ono kao pojma, razumeš, napraviti tako neki glupi multiplayer. Da se recimo svaki igrač koji pogine može se pretvori zombija, na primjer. Ragdoll je vod. To bolje Ragdoll na CS.
Goldrek. Znači, Goldrek sam ti, onda kad sam ti rekao, ti bio rekao i kažem da sam rekao, ti si rekao da ja nisam rekao.
Znaš šta je štos? Kada ovo radi, gledaj. Nemaš...
Nemaš animaciju.
Ne, nemaš udarac. Hand showdown u fullu. A to se dešava i kad zombi udarac.
Sjajno!
Kako si znao?
Pa nekako mi se javio. Javilo. Ej, nema seksa mjesec dana, pičku materiju.
Co?
Žao mi je sad, pošto čekam da možda ako ne sredim ranije za ubijanje, tek idem 27. aprila, a dao mi urolog tablete, tampon, koje su za prostatu, ali kad je bolesna prostata, ima još jedan efekat.
A dobro, nećeš da crkneš.
Ne, širim okresne kanale. I onda ako ti je začepljen, prolazi ti pored okresne, ti olakša da se to ne sredi. Ali, kaže, ima jedan nus efekt, tako da, nema spet. Ajde se bolje si me ubio. Neko bolje mi se ubio.
Ja sam mislio da se to podrazumijeva, da si ti to već skontao iz njegove priče.
Bolje si me utepono od ovo što si mi rekao sad. Bolje si me živog ubio, si me razapo na krstu i Jezuša Hrista. Edo Bog, ovo Janči kada sazna, zajebavat će me mjesec dana.
Znaš šta se čini?
Znaš, Janči ako sazna... Gotovo. Kaj Janči? Znaš ti inače...
Znaš to da, no? Čekao sam tebi da mi priđeš. Kakav skam. Ja pogledaj njegovu kameru.
Draže mi je da ne jebe mjesec dana nego onaj osjećaj kad mi se naduva s desne strane bubre kad se vrati.
Pa normalno jeba, sređuj to jebote.
A evo drugi dan već kako ubijam to, već mi se diže neko.
A što si ti?
Ne znam ja koliko će to.
Što rastavimo s nekom, ja?
Ma, viš da se zebam. Dosta
zebanci.
English.
She cooked? What's this?
A pa je bilo lepo, su bili svojima. Jebote, maksao sam oružje, znaš? Ona je bolesna.
Look at her face! She's like, yeah,
Dušićka zvezda, da ti kažem.
Pusti me bre, tihli ko je.
Pusti me da živim, ja na tebe da ne mislim.
Ko me pitaš kako živim, ja.
Dušićka zvezda, da ti kažem.
TNX for watching. I am off to bed. Peace. MRSH.
Ove tri sličice.